So that will show you.
Thank you so very much. All right, have a great day. Oh, no, that's wonderful. I appreciate it. Thank you. It was like Friday. It was like Monday. First up is Canadian Woodson. Canadian Woodson.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Mr. Clemens.
Hey, Judge, good morning.
Good morning, sir. So you have a co-counsel as well as a prosecutor we're waiting on, right? Well, Mr. McGinnis is here.
And Mr. Noakes is in the courtroom, Judge.
Oh, there's Mr. Noakes. Okay. All right, so we are ready on
Shelton and Hamilton.
Shelton and Hamilton. Thank you.
Your Honor, are they in custody here or are they still in jail?
That's a good question.
Because I have not had an opportunity to review the waiver form with my client.
They're not here yet. They're usually sometime between 9 and 9:15 getting here, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay,
So we
Judge,
don't have.
I'm gonna come downtown and I'll see you shortly.
Okay.
And I'll head over there too, Judge.
All right. We'll all be here. Mr. Roberts. Jonathan Roberts. Jonathan Roberts, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, we got this.
575 south.
Yes. Jonathan Roberts going twice. Mr. Napsu.
Good morning,
Yes,
Judge.
Judge.
How are you?
Good,
Oh.
sir. How can I help you?
Judge, I am here on Terrence McGinnis, please.
And it's okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, this is case number 2355413. the state of I'm sorry, the people versus the state of Michigan. Tyrone Henson. Didn't I? I'm sorry.
We're on McGinnis. Terrence McGinnis.
This is case number 2355564. The people of the state of Michigan versus Terrence McGinnis. Count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons, felony arm, and count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tricia Gerard, P43834 on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please His most honorable court. Mohammed Nasser, P74485, appearing on behalf of Terrence McGinnis, who should be on Zoom, Judge, and if he's not, I'd waive his appearance.
Okay, so you retained.
Yes, Judge.
All right, I guess that gets you off the hook, Mr. Nasser.
Thank you kindly, Judge.
You're waiving your client's appearance, Mr. Nasser.
I am, Judge. Please and thank you.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, we'd like to set this for an in-person exam if we may, please.
Okay. How is March 8th at 10:30?
May I check my calendar very briefly, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you. March 8th works, Judge. What time did you say, please?
10:30?
May we do 11, Judge? I have it in person in Pontiac, but 11 would give me more than enough time to show up.
Okay. Let's do March 8th at 11 o'clock then.
Thank you kindly, Judge. Your Honor, may I briefly address condition of bond?
Go ahead.
Judge, one of the conditions of bond that my client has, again, he's a lifelong resident of Detroit, absolutely no prior record, gainfully employed, actually has 3 jobs. One of the conditions of bond is GPS tether and house arrest. Based upon having a house arrest provision and a GPS tether, he's unable to work. Again, he doesn't have 1 job, he has 3. So in light of same, Judge, I see no vested interest. He doesn't have a KPS history, has no criminal history at all. He does not reside with the complainant who was his then girlfriend. He has a separate residence. So I'm asking this court to consider the removal of the GPS tether, or at the bare minimum, removing the house arrest provision to allow this young man to work.
Do I have an APA here?
You do, Judge. Good morning again, Tricia Gerard for the people. Your Honor, the people object at this time to removal of the tether. Number 1, this was his first hearing before this court, and he can't even appear by Zoom. So that should call into question his sense of responsibility. Number 2, this case involves a felony firearm charge. There's a gun involved, and don't seem to have his criminal history before me, but he is not habitual, so he is not a felon in possession. But without the defendant being here, without proof of his employment being presented to the court, the people strongly object to the removal of the tether at this time.
Judge, can I respond very briefly, please?
90% of the defendants that appear for probable cause conference don't actually appear. Their appearance is commonly waived, so I'm not a stickler as to the appearance at the probable cause stage. Other thing is, I don't have an issue with the defendant working so long as he's able to verify that employment. So, Mr. Nasser, if you would provide the court with an order, a proposed order to that effect, that the tether restrictions shall be lifted as it relates to verified employment.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll do that right away. Thank you kindly.
All right.
Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Nasser, did you have something else?
I have Torreon Hudson this morning, Your Honor. He is on Zoom.
Torreon Hudson.
This is case number 2355413, Terrence Hudson. Count one, assault with the intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count two, harmful devices. Count three, domestic violence. Count four, assault or assault and battery.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tricia Gerard, behalf of the people.
Joseph Nafsi appearing on behalf of Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Hudson, tell us your name for the record.
Hudson.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we would like to set this for an in-person exam.
If the court will continue to plead not guilty, we'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is March 8th at 10:30?
I can do March 8th at 10:30, Your Honor.
Great.
Thank you, Judge.
Will be continued. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Please, can I have his P number?
What's your P number, Mr. Nafson?
73742. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jersey.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I'm here on Sylvan White.
Sylvan White. I don't see that on my docket today.
It's Sylvan Xavier White.
What's the charge?
There's two charges of assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder and one charge of domestic violence.
Mr. Gerard, do you have that on? Do you have that case?
I do not, Judge.
Yeah, you must have the wrong date, Mr. Jersey.
I said, oh, maybe it's tomorrow, 2/22. Yeah, maybe it's tomorrow.
Yeah, the 22nd is tomorrow, sir.
Okay, all right, sorry.
No problem. Have a good day. Mr. Roberts, are you there?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, apologies for the delay.
No problem. What do you have?
I'm here on Mrs. Jackson Dozier, who's present in the Zoom.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
This is case number 2355542. The people of the state of Michigan versus, spell out the first name, Cornerra, Jackson. The last name is Dozier. Count one, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count two, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Tricia Gerard for the people, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Court staff, Jonathan Roberts, P86428, on behalf of Mrs. Jackson Dozier, who is present on the Zoom. Mrs. Jackson Dozier, could you please state your name for the court?
Cornerra Jackson Dozier.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Yes, at this time, we'd like to review bond conditions and also set a preliminary exam date.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Counsel, March 8th at 12 o'clock.
Yes, and as for bond, Your Honor, Mrs. Jackson Dozier is presently employed with Lear Corporation. She is on the line. There are issues with the present bond conditions that are preventing her from returning to work. First, the complaining witness in this case is also employed at Lear Corporation, I believe on a separate line, but ultimately they would be in the same factory or building. So the no contact order is preventing her from going back to work and resuming employment. Also, with respect to the tether, Mrs. Jackson Dozier has informed me that it would be restrictive for her in terms of maintaining work on the line. So we would ask that the tether be removed and at a minimum, Your Honor, that the no contact be lifted in such a way that would allow Mrs. Jackson Dozier to return to work.
Okay, explain to me what's wrong with the tether.
Yes, Your Honor. So I believe the basis for the tether, if I'm remembering Judge McConico's reasoning was.
For the tether, I want to know how it's interfering with their work.
So in terms of both the visibility of the tether, number one, and number two.
Well, that's if some people can see it. Wear long pants.
And in terms of the restrictiveness and with respect to her work hours and conditions, I do believe that Judge McConico did expand the length of time in terms of when she has curfew. I would just note that there have been many issues, at least in terms of what I've observed, with tethers not being capable of being charged for that amount of time, since she leaves for work at around 5 a.m. And she doesn't get back around 12 or more hours later. There have been problems, at least that I've observed, with the tether not being capable of lasting that long. For those reasons, the tether would be unduly restrictive for work.
I'm sure they have power outlets at her employment where she can charge it there during the break.
I can't necessarily speak to the outlets. I do know in terms of the length of time it takes to charge, Mrs. Jackson Dozier does not have breaks long enough to sustain more than, these things take hours to charge. I mean, they usually are charging overnight. And at a minimum, Your Honor, again, I just think because the complaining witness is at the same factory, at a minimum, lifting the no contact order in such a way to allow her to return to work.
Where did the alleged assault take place?
Did you say where or when? Sorry.
Yeah.
So it took place, I believe, let me pull up the.
Was it at the place of employment?
No, it was not.
Okay, Ms. Gerard?
Your Honor, I guess there's two parts to this. First of all, I don't object to the court modifying the conditions of bond to allow her to go to work. I think this is a big factory. We're not talking about people being right on top of each other in an office. And counsel stated they work on separate lines. So, so long as the defendant, can notify her employer that she needs to be in remain on a separate line in a separate part of the building, away from the complainant in this case, I don't have a problem with that. As regarding the tether, I think clients or defendants making speculative arguments about what may or may not happen with this charger, and I don't think that he has presented anything concrete and convincing to the court that would warrant modification of the tether at this time. And of course, he's always willing to bring a motion at a later time. So I guess my response is I object in part to any modification of the tether. I don't object to modification to allow her to go to work at Lear Corporation.
In large part, I'm inclined to allow the defendant to attend work and have no contact with the complainant. I'm not inclined to take the tether off. I haven't heard anything that would suggest that she's not able to function with that tether on. She's going to have to make do. She may not be able to get a full charge during the entire day, but she can charge it enough to where it doesn't cut off.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Roberts, send me over an order to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor. And I believe that is all on this matter, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any pieces here? Judge, how are you? Good, and yourself? I'm here. Wayne County Jail. Unmute yourself. Tell me your name, sir. You have to unmute yourself. What's your name, sir?
Terrence, Branson, Calhoun.
Calhoun, we're just waiting on your attorney, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Person with the phone number. No. Phone number ending in 34527. Tell me your name. Good morning, how can I help?
Good morning, I am Jamar Burnett for PCC. He showed up in person. He was told it did not be written on warrant in person.
Okay. Yes, you just sat in there? Yes, sir. We're ready on right there.
This is case number 2355524. The people of the state of Michigan versus Jamar Burnett. Count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons firearm. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Tricia Gerard for the people, Your Honor.
And Emily New on behalf of Jamar Burnett, and numbers 8524. Mr. Burnett is standing to my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Jamar Burnett.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we would like to just set this for a preliminary exam date. I also still need the body worn camera footage, but I do have paper stuff.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How's March 8th at 9 o'clock?
That works, yeah.
Okay, March 8th at 9 o'clock. That'll be in person like you did today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Be on time like you were today. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. 8524.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Martin.
Good morning, Judge.
How can I help you?
I have Miss Simmons, Shanice Simmons.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
I see you.
Oh. Can someone hear me? My case number is
2355550. The people of the state of Michigan versus Shanice Simmons. Count 1, domestic violence. Domestic violence, third offense notice. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
Tricia Gerard on behalf of the people, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alicia Martin, P69003 on behalf of Miss Simmons.
Ms. Simmons, you can unmute yourself and tell me your name now.
hello, I'm Shanice Simmons. Good morning.
Good morning. What's your pleasure, Ms. Martin?
Your Honor, I would like to schedule Miss Simmons's case for an in-person preliminary examination date.
How's March 8th at 9:30?
Checking my calendar, Judge.
What was that date?
March 8th at 9:30.
That's a good date, Judge.
All right, March 8th at 9:30.
Can I got a question.
Judge, may I please have a breakout room with Miss Simmons now?
Can't you guys call each other?
I don't hear anything.
I don't believe,
Can't you guys call each other?
I'd rather have a breakout room, Judge.
Go ahead and join.
Thank you.
Damian Woodson.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I can't see you.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
I thought that was you. What can I do for you?
I have Garrett. We're asking for an in-person exam.
This is case number 2355537. The people of the state of Michigan versus Gennar Garrett. Count 1, assault with attempt to do great bodily harm less than murder or strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Habitual offender, 4th offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Tricia Gerard for the people, sir. Ms. Woodson?
Your appearance, Ms. Woodson.
Good morning, Mr. Garrett. Damian Woodson on behalf of Mr. Garrett.
Your P number, please.
P68870.
And what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I'm requesting an in-person exam in this matter, and I would like to address some of the bond conditions as well.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for a preliminary examination. House March 10th at 10 o'clock.
That's fine, Your Honor.
That's the bond.
Your Honor, I would ask that the bond restrictions be modified. Right now, it's house arrest. Mr. Garrett is the co-owner of a construction company. Right now, they have 2 major projects that they're going to have to delay because of his house arrest bond condition. In addition to that, his present bond doesn't allow him to come to my office to meet, which means that I would have to go to his place of residence every time we have to meet in person. So I would ask that instead of it be a house arrest, either a curfew restriction or he be allowed to report to his project sites and to my office for work, Your Honor.
So why can't he conduct his business?
Right now, the tether has him on house arrest. He's only allowed to come out for court dates, in-person court dates.
Yeah, I understand that, but he's the owner, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So why does he have to be physically present?
He's an owner, but he also works on site. So instead of having to hire someone, particularly since he's down and these projects are going to have to be delayed, I'm just asking for him to be allowed to finish the projects that he's already started.
Mr. Gerard?
Your Honor, as long as he remains on the GPS tether, I don't have an objection to defendant being permitted to leave his home for work purposes only.
Working in the attorney's office?
And to meet with his attorney. I just ask that the tether remain on and the no contact condition with the complainant remain in effect.
All right, Ms. Woodson, send over an order to that effect. Work, court, and attorney office visits only.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And all other provisions of the tether remain intact.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
Hey, Koyara? Eric Koyara? Eric Koyara? I'm sure I'm probably tearing your name up. Yes, sir. How can I help you? How can I help you, sir? I can't hear you.
Is it anyone talking to me?
One more time.
This Shanice Simmons.
Ms. Simmons, you can leave the room. Just hit leave.
You're all
I
set,
can
Miss-
leave the room now.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Judge King, that date on Ms. Simmons was March 8th. Did you say 9:30?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just confirming that. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Mr. Koyara. Donnie Jarrell.
They all know.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cook, how can I help you?
Okay. Just making my stay. My first time, so I said this is my first time doing this, so I'm just, they told me to do the Zoom thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine, sir. I don't think you're in the right place, though.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know how to do this thing. They
What judge are
said
you
the
looking
court.
for?
I'm looking for Keontae Stanford Jones.
Okay, write this number down, sir. I'm gonna give you the correct Zoom number.
Hold on, let me write it down, get a pen. Yes. Okay, what's the number?
260.
260.
360, sir.
Oh, 360.
435.
435.
0000.
0000. All right, so I got to do this over with.
Sorry?
I got to do this again, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who do I have on the iPhone here?
Deontay. Drake. I don't know if you got the email, but I was told to bring it out. That's on their docket. I wonder.
Yes. Well, I'm looking for it also Shelton. Okay, this, I think. Okay.
So back in the. And Zoom. Smith's work search gonna send it to Smith's. Who would I see?
The file is downstairs.
Pardon?
The file is downstairs.
I assume so. Go downstairs.
To the information.
If I do, that.
What's up, stranger? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Hey, oh, Judge, I didn't recognize you. Yes, how are you? I retired from NDS.
Oh, did you? That's why I haven't seen you.
That's why you haven't seen me.
What you doing here now?
Taking up a few cases.
Okay.
So one of the last cases I had to see was Dietrich Gay is probably going to move that case.
No.
Multiple cases of CSC and children. And when I retired, I had 24 capital cases. So I needed a break. So I'm taking care of myself. You taking care of yourself?
Yes, sir. I'm doing the best I can.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
They both here.
No, this one.
You gonna step out this door right here?
Right.
Just wait for you. Go down to your okay.
So right.
I had a waiver form on.
The judge can just sign our names to it. We don't have a problem.
No, you guys look at something.
On Valerie.
Roberts, why are you back?
Good morning, Your Honor. I was trying to get in contact with Mr. Terrence McGinnis, who was also scheduled for a probable cause conference today. The numbers that I have checked this morning do not work. This is the first appearance, so I would just be requesting a adjournment so that I can follow up with our investigators and see if they can run a TLO.
You're the third attorney who's inquired about McGinnis. Mr. McGinnis has retained Mr. Nasser.
Oh, okay. Must have been an error in our system. Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. However, I do need somebody here for Calhoun. Terrence Calhoun. From your office.
One moment, Judge, let me see, and if needed, I can cover if it's just a probable cause conference.
Okay.
Yeah, I can cover if Mr. Calhoun is here.
Okay, we're ready on Cal.
This is case number 2355570. The people of the state of Michigan versus Terrence Calhoun, count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, habitual offender, second offense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Mr. Gerard, on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Court staff, Jonathan Roberts, P 86428. Mr. Calhoun, who is present on Zoom. Could you please state your name for the court, Mr. Calhoun?
Terrence Bryson Calhoun.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I am looking at our file notes. It does not appear that we've received digital discovery. I would be requesting a brief adjournment to see if there is digital discovery.
Your Honor, APA Drain's notes on the file that I'm covering for her today indicate that paper discovery was sent. So we'll confirm that with counsel before the exam date.
All right, I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to Monday, February 27th at 8:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
We continue.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, actually, if I could get a brief breakout room with Mr. Calhoun. Thank you.
Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you.
Are we ready on Hamilton and Shelton?
Just Hamilton.
I'm sorry.
Just Hamilton.
Just Hamilton?
Yeah, Shelton's, I think, still available.
Oh, okay. Calling case 2355313, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Valerie Lynn Hamilton. Defendant is charged with count 1 felony murder, count 2 torture, count 3 child abuse, count 4 child abuse, count 5 conspiracy, legal act, illegal manner. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, the 82796.
Your Honor, good morning, and may it please the court. My name is Adam Lewis, appearing on behalf of the defendant. Ma'am, state your name for the record, please.
Valerie Hamilton.
Your Honor, today's date, time set for preliminary examination. The defense does not wish to proceed. Ask the court allow my client to waive the right to a preliminary examination.
All right. Ms. Hamilton, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Put your hand down. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be filed over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with complaint 1. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Nature.
You understand the nature and the purpose of it? You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that there's probable cause to believe he committed it.
Just keep it with it.
Do you understand that now?
Yes.
Has anyone forced you to waive a right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objections from the people?
No objection, Judge.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily free, given the court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be February 28th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Ronald,
Recorded next Monday. Now you'll see this week. We'll discuss all that stuff.
Right this way.
Your Honor, I believe that completes our PCC docket on the DV files.
all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gerard. Good seeing you again.
You too, Judge. Have a wonderful day.
Mr. Clemens, I'm gonna have to change that date to March 1st, okay?
Okay. There's two of that, yeah.
Yes.
You said March 1st.
Yes. Yes. Eric? Oyara?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Okay, so I had it was a ticket, but they said I had 5 warrants. I just wanted to get it cleared up.
You say you have a ticket?
It turned into 5 warrants.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand you.
Okay, so they told me that I had 5 warrants and I had to attend a Zoom to clear it up.
5 warrants?
Yeah, it was for traffic violation.
Those felony warrants, sir?
No traffic violation.
You're in the wrong courtroom.
Okay, because this is the courtroom they gave me with the number. It was Kenyatta.
They call me Mikey. I take everything, but no, you're not in the right place.
Okay, so do I just call the courthouse back?
You'd be better off coming down here, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. 435. 435. They went to the case.
Okay, you're on the docket. Here, let me give you the right Zoom number, sir. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
360 435. 360-435-0000.
435-00. Is that a Zoom number? A phone number?
Yes, sir.
I don't say it. Okay, good.
That's where you're supposed to be. Have a good day.
You're here for both, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, Judge, this is Terrence
Yes, sir.
from WCJ. I want to know what exactly was the remaining of the case. Were you all finished? I just came out the breakout room.
Yes, sir, you're all set. Your next court date is February 27th at 8:30.
Will I be receiving be placed on the tether bonds list because I already received a personal bond the 16th of February.
So they're probably just waiting on a tether to be assigned to you. I don't have any control over that. Once you get one, you should be all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Why do I have a bond return?
Yeah, that's the first, that's already just going to the
So we're down to 1:30.
I think you still have Mr. Shelton.
And then it's 1:30.
He hasn't got here yet. They supposed to be on the way to get him from the jail.
Adjournment. 27, 23 at 8:30.
That's a mistake. It should have been on my doctor's.
Yeah. Yeah. Shelton. Shelton. Shelton.
Somebody downstairs, you call? Okay, thank you. Cool. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Here. They did for the other.
Yeah, I haven't had my client sign this. Good. Sir.
Thanks. Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Shane Robert Shelton, calling case 2355313 for the state of Michigan versus defendant number one, Shane Robert Shelton. And is charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, torture, count 3 and 4, child abuse, first degree, count 5, conspiracy, legal act, illegal manner. Terrence is for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P 82796.
May it please this honorable court, William Noakes, P 42796, with the Defender Service of Detroit, on behalf of Mr. Shane Robert Shelton, who's present. Mr. Shelton, tell the judge your name.
I'm Shane Robert Shelton.
Your Honor, we're here today for the purpose of a preliminary examination. Having advised Mr. Shelton of his rights, Mr. Shelton desires to waive the exam.
Mr. Shelton, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one. You will be bound over to any common person or as you stand charged with the claim. You understand that?
Yes,
You understand the nature and purpose of the preliminary examination?
I do.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime of charges was committed in the city of Detroit and it was probably part of the community.
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Does anyone promise you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No objection from the people.
Court finds the defendant's waiver was made knowingly and voluntarily. Freely given, the court finds the defendant notice to May County Fair Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be March 1st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we are down to 1:30. Yes.
Hey, Judge, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Take care. Mr. Noakes. Have a good day, Mr. Noakes.
Get you down in a few minutes.
All right. Mr. Bicker,
Yes, Your Honor.
what can I do for you?
Mr. Calhoun, yeah, Mr. Terrence Calhoun.
Okay, so Mr. Roberts stood in for you and said adjourn PCC for February 27th at 8:30.
Understood, Your Honor. That'd be fine. That date's fine. Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay.
No problem. What's up, Williams?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
That's my brother's baby. I gotta show you the two addition to the family.
Oh, okay.
My brother in California. Hey, she down, baby. Her name is Legacy.
She looked very alert.
Dozier, I said her eyes wide open.
Nosy like her.
Yup. And her grandma. Mama, y'all heard that? How y'all doing today?
Doing good. Feels like
I
Monday.
messed up, so. I stuttered a little bit, everything. I called the wrong case.
Please, quit telling me this.
I had to, I felt real, I'm like, ooh.
But you know what? We know it's when you stutter, because we looked at each other.
See?
But you cleaned it up, and you did perfect after that. The only thing you messed up, you said, people love.
She just blew me up.
You see it, you see it, you see it?
She just.
And rolled over again.
Yeah.
Sandy, you rolled over two times.
She did throw you up under the bus. I can admit when I was wrong, but I messed up. I was like, ooh.
That's okay. We all entitled to mistakes. Look, just don't do it again. I'm just messing with you.
Right.
No, you all right.
How many times have I studied?
Hey, she do good to be new clerk. She do very good.
Now let me try to do this again.
And now, not only that, you were very good about it.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
So and I'm thinking, no, she messed up. But you can't.
I was like, I had to. Look, I was, see, I'm kind of nervous. Latifa. I think I worked with you before.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You were on Zoom last time, I think.
People do.
I worked with you at, no, I worked with you at, yeah, I did.
Thank
Was it,
you today. Hey.
who was it? Hey. Stafford Jones, Sabrina. Wait, that's Sabrina.
Yes, yeah, this was last week.
Mhm. It was.
So.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm coming now, sir. Keep up. He did sign the bond over there.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, Miss Shirley. Look, happy Monday/Tuesday.
It's check and see if the clerical.
Right there, it's the. Tell me that little sugar was from home.
Yes.
Okay.
It is. Okay.
I'm sorry, I got one word.
So we're down to 1:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm trying to do this next week.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta give me a moment.
Huh?
I said, you gotta give me a moment.
Okay. Are they gonna be signed by the judge already?
Ooh. He's probably in his chamber, so. it's fine.
No, don't worry about it. They got all, ain't nobody coming to get them till about 1 or 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so.
Well, you had me thinking they was coming right now. I don't want y'all to do this.
I'm
about to do it though. So just so I
Okay,
got you.
all right.
And then I can call them and then we can.
Okay,
He did leave. But.
yeah.
Oh, you okay? I just need my supervisor.
Yes. I think I'm doing it. All I gotta do is just follow the notes. Judge Kingsford. Listen, every time that's what you call, he just walked out again. I swear to you. Yes, ma'am. Okay, you want. Yes, ma'am. All right. See you. Exactly. It was okay. Look, I messed up on calling the kids, but it's okay. It wasn't. It wasn't. I don't know why I was nervous. Oh, that's the thing. Just a little bit. He's not a new person, but it wasn't too bad. Did you have the injuries? No, me. Remember, you can't help me. You hear me? You can't help me. You look, you can't help me at all. So. Morning, Judge. And who was that for? What's your last name? First name? And you said that you have to. Okay. Well, I don't see it on your case. And who gave you that information? I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So this guy is saying that he has a number that he's supposed to call to report to weekly. Do you know that? Right, he said he lost the number. We don't have, right, okay. Okay, sir, I'm sorry about that, right there. So we don't have the number to, I think you need to call and report to your tether. You have a tether? Oh, you don't have a tether? Yeah, we don't have that number, so I'm not for sure who you need to report to, because like I said, it's not in your case, and I don't see it, so. Has he spoken to your attorney? Have you spoken to your attorney? Okay, yeah, I don't have that number, but I would suggest that you need to speak with your attorney on that, because like I said, I don't see the number on your case. And if we would have ordered you to do that, we would have put it in your case. So I'm not for sure where that information came from. Here. Yeah, we would have an order or something, like the order came from your attorney or so on. Like I said, I don't see it right now. Your case is, yeah, sorry, I don't see it. Okay, yeah, I will just contact your attorney to make sure. Okay, do you have his number? Okay. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Have a good one. Now, Judge came down late for a minute. In the shame. Yeah. I tried to do the mix. But you remember like I tried to do the mix. That's what it is. Help me. Nothing. So listen, I tried to do this, the wave bond, I mean, the wave bind over. Okay, so I got my notes, so I went past the first part. I put the AG in, I put all the players on the scheduling screen. Had the bond was continued. And I put the in-person hearing held, the court reporter number, and then I go to the DSP screen, right? And then I put in the AG, and then in the DS, I put 10, which is waived exam, yes. And then the PO, I put his number, judge, and then I put the C. And then it automatically took me to the binder page, right? And then I put the person was in custody. I put the AOI date, I did do that. I put the AOI date in there, because he gave me March 1st. The person was in custody, and then I hit F2. Wait, I forgot a part, put the court reporter number in too. Okay, yeah. And then I hit F2, and then F2, right? And then for me to do the minute, I go to PTR. Oh. Yes, yes. I'll do that first. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
then the EJDF, they only do up to 3 counts, and I have to be count specific with the counts 4 and 5. Right? I'm trying, I kind of messed up a little bit on the case. Yes, I did EJ. And then you say now I can do it. HR. No, they was here. Yeah, but they tell me. Two, 3, 0, 5, 5, 3, 1, 3, 0, 2. No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Right. AORA, they call me from detention center again. Okay.
Yeah.
AORA.
I don't have a good. It's not for Judge King.
Only thing about it is on this one, it don't have like the bond type or anything, it's all of that field is blank, is that an issue? Put it in there, okay.
They already have that.
No, I didn't, but I
So-
don't see it.
Mhm. Right.
Oh,
Drake, yeah, Drake. I don't see good. Unless there's a page 2 that I didn't get. Hold on 1 second, let me double check. I'm gonna call you back. Okay, bye.
so come out of PTR. Okay, and who's that, who said CTS?
Also, power.
C, yes. Okay.
Gotcha. So two Gilliams here. Okay. Got you. Okay, that's why they're not showing. Okay, thank you. That's not gonna be till 1:30.
Go down this one. Number 1, you put the X by sheriff. Right?
Yeah, that case not gonna go till
Right,
1:30,
okay.
but thanks for letting me know, because they sure don't have it on the top. Bucket witnesses, yeah. Okay. It don't look like we're gonna be able to get these mids down to you on Hamilton.
No.
Okay.
I got one ready. Oh, I'm coming.
Okay. But the judge got to sign when we got to sign.
Yes, I'm gonna go up there.
You know what? Don't worry about it. They can handle. They got them separate.
The court officer, he bothering me.
Who's that? Herman.
My supervisor, yes, and
Herman.
she told me to tell you I'm in training, so you gotta give me a second.
No, we're good.
Please do not rush.
No rushing. Hey, but we do have
Tell me your name.
Terry.
Terry.
So,
She said she's doing really good today. She's very happy.
so I'm happy for her.
How
Okay.
you doing?
I'm happy. I'm doing
He
good.
said I'm
Yeah.
happy.
But yeah, we're good.
I just gotta do the last one and I'm gonna take him up there to his chamber so he can sign it and I'll bring it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be back down in about what 10 minutes or so.
Can you like give me like 15 minutes?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to probably do the same thing for defendant 1 because they both were no, it was the same as the other one. So that means I gotta do tell me the letters again, C, I gotta do the in custody order, because they have a record. Yes, yes. Okay, I think I'm okay now. Okay, sure, I'll call you back if I don't. Okay, bye-bye. So you going anywhere on your vacation? You said, you just needed you some time. It's okay, we all need the time. Yeah.
Every day.
Look, I was like, what is going on? He was like, oh, it's gonna be interesting for you. And I'm like, what? He's on the fifth, his chamber's on the fifth floor, right? Ms. Shirley? Hmm. Yeah, you ready? Cause I don't even know where his chamber is. Oh,
of them, are they going, both of them on remand staff? Yes. That's why she had me to do it. Yeah, I see, or, yes, okay. Just check. No problem. Come back on my page, say, okay. Thank you. Good morning, Tricia. Yeah, I just spoke with you. Yeah, and I told you, sir, we don't have that. And I just asked the clerk. Yeah, and I just called it, well, the clerk was normally in here. And yeah, we don't have that number. But let me, just hold on 1 second, because you said it's on the 27th. What's your last name one more time? Okay, give me 1 second.
Hey, he's not on tap, right? No, so who told him to call somebody? And I'm looking like, yes, ma'am. He's not supposed to call us no every week. You said not every week. Yeah. On this, right, AOI, maybe, copy. One to us and, did they bring them over? Yeah, one to us and one to security. And then I seal it, right? Yeah, make sure you seal it. Okay. And then,
So a total of
3 copies.
2 copies.
Mhm. One for us, one for security.
Okay. And we keep the original.
Yeah, we keep the original. Get on the copy. Yeah,
2 copies.
yeah, and then you're gonna need, minutes for, your jailers on the list.
Well, those are 2.
Those were the in-person jail. There's one. that-
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
How many folks come? One, two.
Good afternoon.
Just one.
Right. Yeah, tell him no. You don't see nowhere, if they say he has to report to us.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Vance, thank you for your patience, you there? So I don't see anything that say that you need to report to us, okay, so, again, I'm not sure. Well, and if you're not on the tether, then I'm, understand why they, want you to report weekly, so. I don't know, I can't answer your question for you. But I know it's not in your file or anything, so I didn't see it. Let's see. Not a problem. You have a look, you too. got it on your desk.
All right, yeah, right.
Did you want 2 copies apiece? Did she told me make 2?
No, both of these are custody orders.
Yes.
Okay. No, I only need one.
Oh.
That's good.
Well, give me the one.
Huh?
Yeah, give me the one.
Custody order.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. You write these out, so they can get these people out of here.
Yes, sir.
They when I went down with the one guy, and while we was putting him in the cell, I heard somebody holler from the other side, hey, that's the guy that killed this baby.
Oh.
So that's dangerous because they'll get them. They don't like baby killers and stuff, so we're gonna try to get them back to the jail quick and separately.
I can't believe that.
Huh?
I said, I can't believe that. My baby. Well, allegedly. Right now, we.
Believe it or not, it happens more than people think.
I see.
I don't know. There's the 2.
First.
So I don't know what's gonna happen this afternoon. So you're probably gonna have 3 minutes to do this afternoon because that one case with Deontay Drake, there's 2 witnesses on that case and they're both locked up. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they only gonna have probably just the one, because it's only one on the docket.
Okay, they got 2 downstairs. Both of them, their last name is Gilliam.
Gilliam, them brothers, yeah, we know they brothers. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
But they're in lockup though.
I can ask them. Let me see, that way I know.
So sometimes they might be here on a writ, they might be just locked up just to be detained for this case. Then, so I would say just be prepared to do another MIT form, just in case.
I know I gotta do two for the other ones, but I just emailed them over to the Wayne County Jail. Right?
For the other who?
There was two of them that was, well, one of them who was in custody over the.
They told me they got both of them downstairs.
No, this was earlier today.
Oh,
For probable cause.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep, yeah. So there's paperwork there.
What's in account?
Okay. All right, we'll see you at 1:30.
Hey. Hello, Miss Mary. I don't need anything. No. Oh, did I? You know what? Okay, you're right. After I think about it, you're right. So the officer, I guess Terrence, he said that we have somebody on the docket, but two of the defendants are in custody, supposed to be witnesses. Do I need to do minutes for them? Well, they not, so listen, they are not on the docket, the two witnesses, they are not on the docket. For today, it's on, right, one of the defendants is, but two of the defendants who are on the same case, they're in custody, but they're not being seen today, they just the witnesses. Do I have to do minutes for them? Did I explain it right? Okay, so it's four defendants who, they all, it's four defendants, right? But only one of the defendants is gone. But two today at 1:30. So two other defendants who are on the same case are witnesses, but they're not on the docket. And he was telling me that I might need to do minutes. So I was asking you, do I need to do minutes even though they're not on the docket for today? Yeah, they do, yeah, because they're just supposed to be witnesses on the case, like they not being, they coordinate not today. Okay. Mhm. Okay, sounds good. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And I sent the email over. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we don't start back till one day. We just put it in the board. Hey. Okay. So let's see, you said so.
Finish the day.
I'm sorry?
Finish.
Yes, until 1:30.
Right,
Okay,
thank you, have a good day.
You too.
Hello, good people.
Everything all right?
Everything's good. Hey, Don, this pilot, how you doing? All right, can you go ahead and send, Drake up? Yeah, great. All right, thank you. Well, hey, how you doing? I'm back at work now. Yeah, I was just on that.
Yeah, prosecutor, I see.
Yeah, and both of the two witnesses are in custody.
Yeah, they're downstairs.
Okay.
Gilliam and Gilliam,
Yep.
are they brothers?
Yeah, they're twin brothers.
They're twin brothers.
Yep.
Okay. And you're gonna be using both of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Your defense, right?
Prosecutor.
Prosecutor, what's your fee?
It's 81329.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hmm? Okay, I understand. Well, it's a different judge. So Judge King, Judge Jones had him sitting there. Judge King had him sitting
That's far away.
Everything good?
You have a defense counsel?
Not yet. Unless we have everybody except me.
Mr. Miller? So we're waiting.
Your Honor,
Yes.
you do know that we have two witnesses that are in lockup, so we have to bring them up separately.
Okay.
After he gets on the stand. I mean, after he gets on the stand.
So just like I heard this case.
Thank you.
This is defendant number 4.
Whoa. Oh.
You remember?
Yeah, I didn't realize. Yeah, okay.
I don't remember, but I gotta familiarize myself.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Another year, I'll get it.
Mr. Miller, you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay, so refresh my recollection. This was held in part. What did we do the first day?
Judge, the first day, we heard testimony from one of the three cooperating witnesses, and video shows part of the incident was admitted. The particular circumstances involved a scheme to set somebody up for the sale of a gun at the house. That individual was shot at the house.
And then driven to the hospital.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
I believe there were COVID issues with some of the cooperating issues, witnesses at the last hearing, which is why we're doing this in several parts.
Say that again.
Some of their cooperating witnesses who are guests of MDOC had COVID issues, why we're doing this in
Yeah,
parts.
one of them had COVID issues, the other one had cold feet about cooperating, but he, I'm told, his attorney Wyatt Harris is outside as well.
All right. We're ready.
Well, clear your mess up, you know. I'll go out this little door right here.
Calling case 2162361, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 4, Deontay Drake. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony murder. Count 3, armed robbery. Count 5, felony firearm. Count 6, felony firearm. Count 7, felony firearm. Appearance to the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey with the people. My P number is 81329.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jay Grant Miller, P58658, on behalf of Mr. Drake, who stands behind and to my left.
Tell me your name, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, this matter was held in part on February 2nd and continued to today's date. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many more witnesses do you have?
2 witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you ready to call your witness, or you have some preliminary round?
No, Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed, and at this time, the people will call it the relative one.
Your Honor, just preliminarily on behalf of the defense, I know there was a mutual sequestration previously. I don't know who's sitting in the jury box, or they're involved with this case or not.
No.
And I know Mr. Harris is here representing his witness, so I don't think we have any other problems there.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potentially a supporter, you log off at this time. Okay. So I think the witness is being brought downstairs.
Okay, thank you.
You got me ready?
How you doing today, Mr. Harris?
Doing fine, Judge. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Got me off the field. Should be down here.
You gotta stay with me.
Yeah, you move. I can move it with you. I went all the way up to the fifth floor, knowing that I've been in front of you since.
Sir, I want you to tell us your name and spell it for us.
We'll give them DRELGILLAM.
Come over this way and let the young lady see that they're known.
Your first name spells
raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat in the witness box next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud so we can hear you through the mask, and that microphone is to your left. Pull that to your mouth so we can hear you. Speak directly into that, on your left. There you go. Yes. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state and spell your name for the record again?
The real Gennar, Derrellgillalam.
Okay, sir, I want to ask you about some specific people. Do you know somebody by the name of Garrett Gillam?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Your twin brother?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know somebody by the name of Stacy Turner?
Yeah.
And how long have you known Mr. Turner?
A little minute now. For a minute now.
For a minute? And what do you mean by that?
A long time.
Okay. Do you know somebody by the name of Anthony Mack?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Mack?
Long time.
And do you know somebody by the name of Justin Parkston?
Yes.
And how long have you known Mr. Parkston?
For a minute now.
Okay. More or less time than the others?
You, Stacy and Anthony longer now.
Okay. Do you know somebody by the name of Deontay Drake?
Yes.
And how long have you known Mr. Drake?
For a minute now.
Okay. Fair to say a number of years?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you happen to see Mr. Drake at the court today?
Yes.
And just for the record, could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Green, wow.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the record reflects the witness identified.
So noted.
And are you familiar with something called the family of loyalty?
No.
You never heard of that?
No.
How about FOL?
Yeah, I know what that is. It's our rap group.
Your rap group?
Yeah.
And who was in that group?
Me and my brother and Stacy.
And Stacy, anyone else?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with an address, 15903 Edmore Street, the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And, what's your familiarity with that address?
Old house.
Old house?
Yeah.
Okay. Back on.
Brick house.
Did he say old house?
Old house.
Old.
And when you say old house, is that your family's old house?
Yes.
At some point, did you live there?
Yes.
Back on November 20th of 2020, where did you live at that time?
With my sister.
Your sister, okay. Did you have any sort of connection to the 15903 Edmore address at that time?
Yeah, but I had stopped going over there.
Okay, what was your connection to the house at that point?
We just go over there, whenever we in the area, we go over there, it was our house, you know.
Okay, and when you say we, who were you referring to?
Me, my brother.
Okay, was it kind of a hangout spot for you guys?
Not for real, after we got shot up. You know.
Okay. November 20th of 2020, did you go to that house that particular day?
Yes.
Okay, and who did you go to the house with on that day?
Me, my brother, Anthony, Stacy, JB, Ted.
Okay, when you say JB, is that Justin Barksdale?
Yeah.
And when you say Tay, who are you referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember around what time of day that you went to the house that day?
No.
Do you remember whether it was dark or light out?
It was dark.
What was the purpose of you going to the house on that day?
The purpose was to do a fake robbery.
A fake robbery?
Yeah.
And in terms of the person that was gonna be robbed, or fake robbed, as you say, Who is that person?
All of us, me, my brother, Stacy, Aunt really didn't even know, Aunt didn't know. But it was what it was, and, the victim.
Okay, and who was the victim, I guess, you had in mind for this?
Michael.
Michael? Okay. How did you have familiarity with Michael before this happened?
No.
Okay. Had you seen him before at all?
Yeah.
Were you, did you have any type of relationship with him? Was he?
Yeah.
Okay, what was your relationship with Michael?
He'd come over and buy weed from us.
Okay. So when did this idea about doing some sort of fake robbery start? When did that idea come into play? Was it that same day?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that initially?
Ours, me, my brother, and Stacy.
Okay, and do you remember where the three of you were when you came up with the idea?
Sister's house.
Okay, and where does your sister live relative to the 15903
In
address?
Warren.
In Warren?
Yeah.
How far away was it from that address?
It's probably like a couple miles away.
Okay.
Did you say in Warren or the street Warren?
In Warren.
In Warren.
Okay, so, the three of you discussed some sort of robbery, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what in general was the idea that you guys had?
We're going all get fake robbed once we go in the house.
Okay, was there any sort of discussion about how you were gonna get Michael to the house?
No.
Okay.
Michael was already coming to the house.
Why was Michael coming to the house?
By a gun.
By a gun? Okay. Did you really plan to sell Michael a gun?
At first we did.
But only if you say at first, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, we were gonna plan, but we ended up not, remember when I told you, we didn't actually do the route.
Okay. But I guess at any rate, did you plan to use this gun sale as a way of getting Michael to that house? Is that correct?
No, at first, Michael was coming to buy some weed, but he wanted to buy a gun too. He ended up talking and bringing up the gun, but he wanted to buy a gun.
Okay. And once you learned that he wanted to buy a gun, what happened at that?
We told him the gun was in the house. Went in the house to the gun, which was upstairs in our house.
Okay. Was there any sort of discussion about the price that you would pay for the gun?
Yeah, we already had discussed it. One, he gave us the money before we went in the house. He gave us $700. And he stationed.
Okay, let's focus on the initial discussion that you, your brother, and Stacy had. And then we'll move on. So when you, your brother, and Stacy first come up with this idea, was there any discussion about money? The price for the gun?
Say it again.
When you, your brother, and Stacy are together at your sister's house, you're discussing this gun.
Oh, yeah, he already had told us, we already talked with Michael about the price. So he gave us $700.
Okay, $700. At some point, did you, your brother, and Stacy leave your sister's house?
Yeah.
Where did you go from there?
Went there to Aunt Tiffany's house.
Okay, and did you encounter anyone else is it Stacy's Aunt Tiffany's house?
Yeah.
Okay, and who else did you encounter at that house?
We encountered JB and Taylor.
Okay, and JB would be Justin Barksdale and Tay would be the defendant, is that correct? Okay. When you encountered the two of them, did you have any discussions with them about what was gonna happen with Michael?
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Okay, and, can you tell me about those discussions?
Really don't remember for real, but we just told them the plan.
Okay, and, based on your discussions and you're telling them the plan, did you get a sense of whether they had agreed to join the plan?
Well, we didn't really agree to it. It kind of didn't happen. Tay didn't want to do it. He left before anything happened.
Okay, let's stick it, I want to take this step by step. So when you're at Stacy's Aunt Tiffany's house.
Yeah.
You have discussions with Tay and JB about the plan.
I had discussions with JB that was in the car with us. One time we discussed, I would Tay and came to the house.
Okay, so you first discussed things with JB.
Yeah.
Was JB someone who came into the plan?
We kind of brought him in the plan.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We kind of brought him in the plan.
And
he didn't agree with us.
So when JB was brought into the plan, did you guys give him a specific role to play?
Yeah.
What was the role that JB was given?
Say robbers.
Okay, and what was the idea for how that was gonna go down?
We was all gonna go in the house. And basically, that our house, I said, I don't know that. So we're gonna go in the house and we're gonna fake rob or take our money.
Okay, and when you say you were all gonna go in the house, who were you referring to?
Me, my brother, Stacy.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Who else?
Yeah, Tay.
Okay, and who was gonna do the quote unquote fake rob?
Tay and JB.
Okay.
Who? Tay and JB.
So you talked to JB about this plan, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then, at some point, did you encounter Tay after that discussion?
Yeah, but he lied when he left. He took
Okay.
himself out of the situation.
But before we get to that, so you encountered JB at Stacy's Aunt Tiffany's house, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go from Stacy's Aunt Tiffany's house?
Tay's
house, okay. And are you in a car together at some point, all five of you?
No. It was just me, my brother and Stacy. Yeah.
Okay. At some point before you get to 15903 Edmore, did you have discussions with Tay about this particular plan?
Yeah, but he didn't really know everything. He knew what was going to happen, he didn't know everything.
Okay. Did, in terms of your discussions with Tay, was Tay given any sort of role in connection with the plan?
Yeah.
What was the role that he was supposed to have?
He was supposed to help JB fake rob us.
Okay. Was Tay and JB supposed to be somewhere different from the rest of you when you went to the house?
No, we all going to be in the house.
Okay. So at some point, did you all pull up to the house?
No, we all go up to the house. They walk to the house.
Okay, who walked to the house?
JB.
Did you drive them to some point, at which point they started walking, or did they walk on their own?
I drove to the alley. Went to the alley.
Okay, and so you drove to the alley and then they got out of the car?
Yeah.
And is the alley behind that house?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any specific reason for them to get out at the alley instead of the front of the house?
Yeah, they didn't want to see them, I didn't see them.
Okay, and when you say them, who are you referring to?
The victim,
Okay, and what was the point of not,
the victim,
why didn't you want the victim to see JB and Tay?
so that was a part of the plan. So they didn't know what it was.
Okay, so you drop them off in the alley, and then where do the rest of you go?
We pulled up in front of the house.
Okay, when you pull up in front of the house, was anyone else out in front of the house?
It was Michael and where the other people he had with him.
Okay, and did you have any discussions with Michael or the other people at that point?
No, only with Michael.
Okay, and without getting into anything specific that Michael said, what were you talking about with Michael?
Fine, we wanted to buy some weed, and then he brought up the gun.
Okay. Now, did you all stay out in front of the house or did you go inside the houses?
We stayed in front of the house for a minute. He bought some weed from us, and he wanted to buy the gun. He gave us the money for the gun, and then that's when we walked in the house to show him the gun.
Okay, and do you remember which door you used to get inside the house?
The side door, back door.
Okay. When you went inside the house, did you see, when you first went inside the house, did you see JD or Tay inside the house?
No,
Okay, based on the plan that you guys had, where were they supposed to be inside the house at that time?
downstairs, like, in the living room.
Were they supposed to be hiding, or were they supposed to be making their presence known to you all at that time?
That's what I thought. Jump out.
Now,
They're supposed to jump out and play robbers.
now, at any point, before you went into the house, did you see JD at all with a firearm that night?
No,
Was there any discussion about JD having a firearm that night?
no,
At any point before you went into the house, did you see Tay with a firearm
no,
that night? Was there any discussion about Tay having a firearm that night?
no.
So how was it that they were supposed to rob you?
It was, we didn't have a discussion about it. Only have a discussion about the fire. They all already know that.
Okay, was there, I guess I'm trying to understand, was the plan for them to fake rob you with guns or without guns?
With
With. Okay. So, once you go in the house with Michael, what happens at that, where did you go?
we went in the house. As soon as we was to go in the house, they were supposed to jump out and rob.
Did
They
anybody
robbed
jump
us.
out at that point?
No,
Okay. So what did you, Stacy, your brother, and Michael do with that?
we went upstairs to smoke.
Okay. Do you remember how long you spent upstairs?
So it was like 20 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay. Did anything happen with respect to the gun that you were gonna sell to Michael at that point?
Since they didn't hop out, sent my brother downstairs to see what was going on. My brother went downstairs. Tay told JB he didn't want to do the robbery. So Tay had left the house, and my brother went back upstairs to tell us. And he told us we waited like 10 more minutes. We were just smoking, wasting time. He never came up there, so we just sold him the gun.
Okay. And when you say your brother reported that Tay had said something to you?
No, JB told us Tay didn't want to do it no more.
Okay. Did you actually hear Tay say anything yourself?
No, but by him not being there, that's basically proved that he didn't want to do it.
Okay.
He left.
Now, so you, at some point, does Michael come into possession of the pistol?
Yeah, when we showed him,
Okay, and, did any kind of money change hands?
only time money changed hands is when we was outside. We gave us the money for the gun.
Okay, and so that was where you went inside the house? And how much money,
$700.
and do you remember who took possession of that money?
Basically,
Okay. And, so back to when you're upstairs, you said that Michael took possession of the gun at some point?
yeah, when we showed it to him,
Okay, what happened after that?
when we showed it to him, we gave him the gun and the bullets. And we walked downstairs. Michael was in front of all of us. While all of us walking downstairs, and we thought Michael was my brother, or the victim, we thought Michael was my brother. This time, Michael got the gun now. Michael didn't know who JB was. So Michael got scared, put the gun up to JB head, and JB got scared and shot.
Okay, so did you see all of this happen directly, or are you kind of making any assumptions?
I didn't see it all, but that's what happened.
Okay, let's focus on what you saw, starting with, you're going down the staircase at some point, is that correct?
Yeah.
What do you see as you're going down the staircase?
I see Michael pointing the gun at JB.
Okay, and where is Michael at that point? Is he still on the staircase, or is he?
He like a step from off the stairs.
Okay, and where was JB relative to Michael at that?
JB was by the stairs.
Okay, how close are they? You know, you could estimate how many feet away from each other.
Probably 2 feet away from each other, 2 or 1 feet away from each other.
Okay, and so if I understand it, you said Michael points the gun at JB, is that correct?
Yes.
And then JB does what?
He gets scared and he shoot.
Okay, and did you see where he shot him?
No.
Okay, and did you see whether or not Tay was in the house at that time?
No.
You didn't see him?
No, he had left.
Okay. When the gun was handed to Michael, do you know whether the bullets were inside the gun, or was the gun empty?
I believe it was a bullet, one in the head, and he had bullet in a box.
I'm sorry.
It was one in the head, and he had bullets in a box.
Okay, I maybe you misunderstood. When you were upstairs and Michael gets the gun.
Yeah.
Does he get a box of bullets with the gun?
He got a box of bullets with the gun, and it was a bullet already one in the head. So the gun we sold him to is the gun we keep at our house for protection.
Okay.
Our house was getting shot.
Okay. When when you're downstairs, and JB shoots, how many times did JB shoot?
Once.
Okay. And did you see, what, if anything, happened to Michael at that point?
And there was that jail. That's a lot of shot in the jail now.
Okay, and did you see his condition once he fell?
No, it was done.
And what happened at that point once Michael fell?
We panicked, ran.
Okay.
We ran, stopped. But I had left my phone. We all had left our phone at the time. Ran back in there, getting up. Walked to the car and walked in front of the house, make it seem like I did. Running back.
Okay, so everyone runs out of the house, is that right?
Yeah.
And that includes you, your brother, Stacy, Aunt, and JB?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said at some point you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And what was your reason for going back into the house?
I thought I had my phone in my room, but I had left my phone.
Okay, and when you got back into the house, did you see somebody else inside the house?
No,
Did you see Michael at all when you went back into the house?
yes,
Okay, and what was his condition at that
he was shot in his head.
point? Was he still communicating with you in any way? Was he alive?
He said, I shot. So he said,
Okay. He said, I shot?
yeah,
So at that point, did you leave the house again?
after, I held Mike up. He went to the front. I ran out the back and never went back.
Okay. That night, did you have any contact with, anyone who had been involved in the situation?
No,
Did you talk to your brother at all that night?
we all had split up. But I did talk to my brother.
Okay. Did you talk with, Stacy at all that night?
No,
Did you talk with, Tay at all that night?
no,
When was the next time you had contact with Tay after that?
I never talked with Tay ever since. Never talked to him.
And Mr. Gillum, I'm handing what's been marked as people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Gillum, people's proposed exhibit 7, is that a plea agreement that you signed in connection with this case?
Yeah,
And people's proposed exhibit 8, is this a agreement for special consideration that you signed in connection with this case?
yeah,
Okay. And these documents, are these appear to be accurate copies of the agreements that you signed in connection with this case?
yeah,
Okay. And as part of your agreement, you pled guilty to 1 count of unarmed robbery and agreed to serve 3 to 15 years in the Michigan Department of Corrections, is that correct?
yeah,
That's partially in exchange for truthful testimony.
yeah.
Your Honor, I move to admit people's proposed 7 and 8.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Gillum, can you hear me okay?
I hear you.
Okay. If you can't, wave your hand something, I'll repeat the question, okay?
Okay.
So back on that night, you were hanging out with your brother and Stacy Turner at your sister's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, it was yourself, your brother, and Mr. Turner that came up with this idea either to sell him more dope, sell him a gun, or possibly rob.
Yeah, it was our idea. It was our idea.
And it was just the 3 of you there at the time.
Yeah,
Okay. So now, when you go over to, it was Stacy's aunt's house, is that correct?
yeah,
Okay, that was Aunt Tiffany?
yes,
Okay. And it was you, Stacy, and your brother in the car, right?
me, Stacy, and Anthony. The car.
Was that
Well, you talking about going to work?
going over
Okay.
to Tiffany's house? Was
Okay,
that
with
with,
me, my brother, and Stacy.
okay, when you got to Aunt Tiffany's house, that's when you met up with Aunt?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was at his Aunt Tiffany.
okay, and then JB was there?
No,
Okay. So it's just, at that point, it's you, your brother, Stacy and Ann.
And we take JB up.
Okay, and you picked JB up not at, was this before or after Aunt Tiffany's?
We picked him up. I don't remember. I couldn't pick him up after.
Okay. So you picked him up, and when you picked up JB, did you discuss this plan for the fake robbery in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
okay, but at that point, Tay wasn't in the car.
no.
Okay. When did you pick up Tay?
I picked up Tay when we went to the house.
So you go over to Tay's house to pick him up. And then did you go to Edmore or did you go someplace else first?
We went straight to that.
Okay. Now, did you discuss what Tay was supposed to do when he got to Edmore?
Not fully, but the idea.
Okay. Did you give Tay a gun?
Yes.
You handed Mr. Drake a gun?
Yeah,
Okay. Didn't you just testify that you didn't see him with the gun that night?
Yes.
So, did you hand him a gun or didn't you?
Yes.
What kind of gun was it?
It wasn't even my gun. I didn't have the gun, but it wasn't my gun. It was my brother who handed it to him.
Did you hand it to him or did somebody else hand it
My
to
brother
him?
handed it to him.
Okay, so when you said you handed him a gun, that's not true?
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay, you didn't physically hand him a gun?
Yeah, my brother handed it to him.
Okay, but you just a few minutes ago said you didn't see him with the gun.
Yeah, I didn't see him walk in there with it, and I didn't see him go in there with it, but we handed him the gun.
Okay, do you know what kind of gun it was?
No.
Okay. Had you seen your brother with a gun previously?
No, yeah. A lot of them.
Okay. So now, you drive over to the Edmore house, and before you get there, you drop JB and Tay off near the alley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see where they went?
No.
Okay. So you then drive around to the front of the house on Edmore, correct? All right. So after you drop Tay off near this alley, do you see him again that evening?
No.
Okay. So once you go to enter the house, did you see Mr. Drake in the house?
No.
Okay. At any point while you were at the house or when you went back to the house, did you see Mr. Drake there?
No.
All right. And you haven't spoken with him since the incidents of that night, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what happened to this gun your brother allegedly gave him?
I believe it got left at the scene.
I didn't hear you.
It got left at the scene.
Okay. Now, when you came up with this plan to do a fake robbery of Michael, had you already devised a plan to just sell him weed and rob him, or was the plan linked to selling him a gun and then robbing?
It was done about the weed. We just sold him the weed. Stacy wanted us to ride with the money, so we made a plan up at my sister's house.
Okay. Now, did you sell him weed out in front of the Edmore address first?
Yeah, in front of it.
So before you ever went in the house, you sold him some weed?
Yeah.
That night?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did he have the weed on his person? Did he give it to the people in the car? Did you see what he did?
No, we gave it to him.
Okay. Did he go?
We showed the marker. I gave the money for him, gave him the weed.
Okay. Did he go back to the car at all if you saw?
No,
Okay. So after you sold him the weed, you're still having a discussion with him?
for one, I'm not the one who's selling the weed, and selling the weed. But then like, I know what happened, but yeah, we sold him some weed, he gave us the money for it, we gave him the weed.
Okay.
Then he burned gun that we already had spoken about, in one house, that said on the gun.
Okay. So, and let me just back up here a little bit. Were you standing outside in front of the house when somebody sold Michael the weed?
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were there, you witnessed it, whether you sold it to him or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that goes on, do you watch Michael walk into the house?
Yeah, we all walking.
Okay. Now, and you testified at that point, that's when JB and Tay were supposed to fake rob you the second you walked in the house?
Yeah.
Okay. But that didn't happen, did it?
No.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go upstairs and smoke?
It was all right.
Okay.
We all.
I didn't know if you or your brother just said, hey, let's just go upstairs and, light one up. Like, do you remember if somebody suggested it?
We all said yes, we all.
Okay.
Want to smoke.
No worries. Now you said you were upstairs for 20 minutes, but that your brother went back downstairs. And then he came back upstairs and you hung out for another 20 minutes. Were you upstairs for 20 minutes total or 30 minutes or I'm trying to get the time?
It was only like 20 minutes there.
Okay, so is it safe to say after 10 minutes your brother went down to see what's going on?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and he came back up?
Yeah.
All right. Now, did he verbally tell you, hey, he's not downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you just continued to hang out before you went downstairs, correct?
Yeah, we waiting to see what they gonna, what they gonna actually do, or he just gonna pop out and do it.
Okay.
Little fake robbery.
Gotcha. And was Michael the first guy down the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. Were you right behind him or was somebody in between you and
I
Michael?
I believe I was the last one coming down the stairs.
Okay. Do you remember who was in front of you?
Yeah, it was Stacy and my brother and Aunt.
Okay. So Stacy was in front of you and then Aunt and your brother were in front of Stacy. Is that safe to say?
Say that again?
If Stacy was right in front of you, your brother and Aunt were in front of Stacy, and Michael.
I really don't know the order, remember the order, but I know they was in front of you.
They were in front of you. Okay. And Michael was in front of or behind them, or you don't know?
Michael was in front of everybody.
Okay, Michael was in front. Perfect. So now. I have no further questions.
Do you redirect?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Gillen, in terms of who was involved in this overall plan, who were the people that were involved in it?
And when me, my brother, and Stacy.
Okay, and were JD and Tay involved in it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, and do you know if JD and Tay were familiar with Michael?
No, it was. It was, but they wasn't there with him. I don't think Tay knew who he was. I think everybody knew who he was.
So is that part of the reason why they were gonna be the quote unquote fake robbers?
Yeah.
Okay. How old, do you know how old JD was at the time?
He was like 17.
How old was Tay at the time?
I think he was 18. Right. He was 18.
Would that be you, your brother, and Tay, and all 18? Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. So. What's your brother's name?
Yeah.
So you're Darrell.
Yeah.
All right. So you, Garrett, and JB decide to plan this fake robbery of Mike, right?
Yeah.
All right. Michael was gonna come in contact with you guys anyway to buy some weed, is that right?
Yeah.
But who mentioned to him about selling him the gun?
Michael mentioned us about selling the gun. You want to buy a gun?
Oh, he said he would buy a gun. Okay. So to get JB and Tay, now Tay wasn't with you guys at first, right?
At what time?
When the plan was first being made.
Oh, no.
Okay. But you picked Tay up along the way, and then did you tell Tay about the plan?
Yeah, I told him, but not all, the whole.
What did you tell him? Did you tell him that you were gonna do a fake robbery?
Yeah, you knew that.
Okay. And his role in the fake robbery is that him and JB were supposed to jump out. When you
Yeah,
walked
and
in
fake
the
rob
house.
all of us.
I'm sorry?
And yeah, fake rob all of us.
Oh, he's gonna fake rob all of you guys.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And so JB and Tay, they go where? In the back of the house?
And they go in the house.
They go in the house.
Yeah, living room. Walk in my room, I mean, in the house. Side the door is the kitchen, and then the living room and dining room.
So safe to say you guys get there before Michael do, right?
No, we all there. Yeah, we got there. No, Michael no got there before. Then we pulled up.
Michael was
pulled up.
there first and then you guys pulled up?
Yes.
So how does JB and Tay get in the house without Michael seeing?
The door open, the side door is open.
So they went through the side door?
Yeah.
So after the weed is sold to Michael, Michael's supposed to go in the house, right? All of you guys are supposed to go in the house.
You all supposed to go in the house.
So Michael's leading the way.
No, Michael not leading the way. We all walk in the house to go show him the gun.
Okay. And JB and Tay don't jump out.
No, they're supposed to jump out as soon as we come in.
Did somebody give Michael a gun?
No. We only get a gun until we actually sold it to him.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
So the gun was sold to him?
Yes.
Who sold him the gun?
Well, Stacy did. But, yeah, Stacy did. Yes, it did.
Now, who is Stacy?
Stacy Turner.
Stacy Turner. Okay, so after the gun is sold to Michael by Stacy, what happens then?
After we sell him the gun, we were waiting for them to, well, we announced that JB or receive Tay when come back.
So when was it brought to your attention that Tay wasn't there anymore?
When my brother went downstairs.
So your brother went downstairs to check on JB and Tay to see if they can do it?
Yes.
All right. And just JB was there?
Yeah.
Okay. Then JB does what?
JB tell my brother that Tay left and he didn't want to do the robbery no more.
So then what happened?
After that, my brother came upstairs and told him that Tay had left. JB might not want to do the robbery no more. So we just waited until we got done smoking. See was they gonna pop out. He said they don't. Basically, by the time we get done smoking, they can pop out. We just gonna sell it. We got done smoking. We just sold the gun.
So you sold him the gun after you finished smoking?
Yeah.
All right, so now Michael has the gun. Was this gun loaded at the time?
I believe it was one in the head and he had a box of bullets. With one in the head.
Okay, so you sold him the gun and the bullets?
Yeah.
All right, so he has the gun, you guys are done smoking, what happens then?
Michael and all of them getting up, walking downstairs. JD, I believe JD thought Michael was my brother.
Just tell us what you saw, not what anybody thought.
Okay. Well, when we walked downstairs, see Michael come the gun, JD folded it, had touched it, and JD had shot. Michael had failed.
You know why Michael put the gun to JB's head?
Because I believe that they didn't know yet he was.
JB kind of came
Yeah,
out of
kind of
nowhere.
scared him off. Kind of scared him.
So he put the gun to JB's head and then JB shot.
Yeah, kind of scared.
How many shots?
One.
And then after that, you guys all run out?
Yes.
Questions based on my questions?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may stay. Yes, sir. Okay. People's next witness?
Your Honor, this time people call Garrett.
Okay. Oh. I'll bring him up.
Yes, sir.
I have a 45-second recess. Before that. I forgot to take my allergy pills today.
I don't have
Lucky.
Kleenex down here with me, but I do.
I can find some
I
tissue
have the
paper.
hard stuff.
That works.
No, just call down at 10:37.
More than enough.
Call down at detention for 10:37 for them walking down. Yeah.
You can have that. I don't want it back.
I didn't think you did, Your Honor, but in case court changes its mind, I'll leave it in that. The court can decide what they want to do with it. I'd suggest throwing it out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terrence. Have a good day. You too. Good points. You sure you ain't having nothing to drink on the work today,
No.
First, studying, now you falling all over your joints.
No. That kind of hurt too. What's your number? Please look at that. Which one are you in? Somebody come stay with you.
This way.
Please tell the young lady over here your name and spell it for us.
Your name, please. Spell your first name.
Mr. Gillum, turn around, raise your right hand for me. Over here, sir. Here I go. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Have a seat in the witness box, sir. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to the microphone that's going to be to your left, we're actually going to hand it to you. Talk right into that for us, okay?
Yes.
Okay, give me the break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
E-R-I-C-K.
Okay, thank you, sir. And if you could, please do speak up, so we can make sure your voice gets picked up. Okay. Sir, do you know, somebody by the name of Stacy Sher?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Sher?
12 years.
Speaking to the mic.
Like 12 years.
And do you know somebody by the name of, Terrell?
Yes, this one's one.
Twin brother? Okay. And do you know somebody by the name of Justin Barksdale?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Barksdale?
Around like 3 years.
And do you know somebody by the name of Anthony Mack?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Like 12 years.
And do you know somebody by the name of Deontay Drake?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
10, 12 years. Since fifth grade.
And
I'm sorry, since when?
Since fifth grade.
do you happen to see Mr. Drake in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you do me a favor and point to him and just describe what he's wearing?
Man.
Okay, thank you, sir. If the record could reflect that the witness is identified as Burnett.
So,
And do you know somebody by the name of Michael Rickman?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Rickman?
Probably a year, probably 6.
I'm sorry, yeah, sorry. Do you know something called the family of loyalty? What's the family of loyalty?
It's our little group made with kids.
Okay, and who was in that group?
Steve, brother. Who went to school with Steve.
Okay, was Mr. Drake in that group?
I mean, he was cool with me. You want to say he was kind of not really, but kind of.
Okay. Was Justin Barksdale in that group?
No, he was big.
Okay. And was Anthony Mack in that group? Okay. And what about Michael Rickman? Was he in that group? What was your relationship like with Michael Rickman? How old did you know him?
speaking to the microphone.
It was cool. I guess he wanted to be honest and just.
Okay, so were you friendly with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with a particular address of 15903 Edmore?
That's my house.
Your house? Okay. Did you live there at one point?
Yeah.
Now, back in November of 2020, were you still living there?
Yeah.
You were living there?
I was living there.
Okay. Were your parents living there at the time?
My parents really, my mama nobody here, but my dad, he did everything. My mama really never used to do it, so he was really.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last group.
It was just using my training and everything.
Okay. And when you say your friends, which friends would usually be over there?
Depends on the day. I had a lot of friends. It depends on the day. One day they might be over here. One day it's not. It's a lot of people in this house.
Okay. On that particular day, November 20th of 2020, at some point were you at your sister's house?
Yeah.
Who were you with at your sister's house?
Stacy, my brother.
And your brother would be Darrell? Okay. When you, Stacy, and Darrell were at your sister's house, did you guys have any sort of discussion about Michael Rick?
Yeah.
What did the three of you discuss? So you said Stacy wanted to rob him?
Yeah.
Was there? Okay. What sort of, what brought about this discussion?
Yes, this game being broken. My life, but that's play a lot. He brings up like that quite often.
Okay.
My nigga just time.
And so when Stacy brought up this idea of robbing Michael, was there any sort of discussion about how the robbery was gonna happen? How did?
I'm sorry. How he wanted to what?
So it's like wasn't too much.
Okay, and so is it fair to say there was sort of a plan that was discussed?
Yes, he tried.
Okay, and what was the plan that was discussed? Okay, and when you say go into the house, which house was that? At Edmore? Okay. Was there any discussion about how to get Michael over to the house? Okay, was there any reason why Michael was supposed to come to the house? Buy a gun and buy some weed? Okay, and do you know who was having these discussions with Michael about Michael buying a gun? Okay, did you directly sort of get involved in any of those discussions with Michael? Okay, so when Stacy discussed this plan with you and your brother, did the three of you reach some sort of an agreement as to what would happen?
The agreement was, I don't do it, but if you go in and piece it up, piece the play whatever together, then I'm right.
Okay,
so basically, Stacy, you make sure.
Okay, so did you initially want to help Stacy out with this?
I never really cared to go. I didn't care to do it. I didn't care to have not. I really didn't want to do it. I said, you really want to do it. I told him, okay, make sure that work. I was working at, I really wanted to be part of the first place.
Okay. At some point, did you, your brother, and Stacy leave your sister's house?
Yeah.
Where did the three of you go from there? Where's the first place that you went after leaving your sister's? Whose aunt's house was that? Okay, and how did you get to Stacy's aunt's house from your sister's house? Right? Okay, it was just the three of you. When you got to Stacy's aunt's house, did you guys meet up with anybody else? Okay, and when you met up with JB, was there any sort of discussion about this plan to rob Michael Rickman? I'm sorry? Okay, and based on your, I guess, did I hear you right? Did you ask JB whether he was gonna help?
Not me, it was Stacy.
Okay, but Stacy asked JB whether he would help. And yes or no, did JB agree to help? Okay. And after you brought JB into this, where did you guys go from there? To, is that the same man's house?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you, find anybody else there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Did you guys discuss this plan in front of Ant? Why didn't you guys want to put Ant in on this?
Already don't do it myself. Really don't. I'm not gonna add on people on any idea on first
Okay, did Ant come with you guys though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
After you left the Ant's house, where'd you guys go from there? Okay, and, did you, ultimately have any sort of discussions with, Deontay about the plan?
I don't know. Deontay told me. See, Stacy is a very character player.
Okay.
So he talked to him on the phone about coming actually helping. Yes, and he pulled up. He didn't think it was real until he pulled up. It was like basically just like 2 minutes from my side first. So I already said later. I got on that big shit. We try to be actually trying to be safe with them. Trying to be considerate. You want to tell her what's the shit. First you took like 20 minutes to come out the house. So keep much the whole shit. Keep pouring down there. She finally put some outside. She's not ready to do shit. She's got to let it go. So I talk. Basically, Deontay, like, I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do it.
Let me stop you there and try to take this piece up. So it sounds like there were some discussions with Mr. Drake before you pulled up to his house. Is that right?
Yes, they talked to him. Yes.
Okay. And he was reluctant to come along, is that correct? Okay. And so then you pulled up to Mr. Drake's house, is that correct?
Yeah.
And he took a while to come out?
Yeah.
Did he eventually come out?
Yeah.
And once he came out, did he get in the car with all of you guys?
Yeah.
And when he got in the car with all you guys, where did you guys go? To Edmore?
Yeah.
Okay. On your way to the house, were there any sort of discussions with Mr. Drake about what was about to happen?
That was my car with us, so basically just told him to just come with us, make sure he's straight, make sure we don't get wrong with anything. I really don't do anything. Already told him, like, I'm not gonna do it myself. So if the plan that you set up don't work, okay, he's gonna. He improvised as he go on. Like I said, I want Deontay to understand what I'm saying. Just come with us. Just make sure we don't get around to anything. There's more people in front of him. Mike, he got more people than him. Even though I know Mike, I don't trust him. I don't know if he's gonna have anything bad towards us. We said, so it's a lot happening. So, okay. I'm just gonna make sure we straight. I'm sure we got more people with us than. I'm gonna make sure we straight at the end of the day.
Okay, so when you're in the car, is it 6 of you together in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did you have a pistol on you in the car?
Yes.
Did you keep that pistol on you, or did you give it to somebody else?
I gave my sister a check. I told him to make sure I don't be around.
Okay. And did you see what he did with that pistol once you gave it to him? Did he put it in his waistband or something, or? Okay. In connection with this plan, were different people supposed to have different roles?
People supposed to have different roles.
Okay, let me stop you there. So what was your role supposed to be?
My role was to basically just act like everything was, act like it just comes into what we do.
Okay, and what was Stacy's role supposed to be?
Same as mine.
And what was your brother's role supposed to be?
Same as mine.
And what was JB or Justin Barksdale supposed to be? Okay, and what was Mr. Drake's role supposed to be?
He was supposed to run with JB, but I said I said, I basically said, I could do it, but he was just covered the police for me, make sure nothing was us. Yeah, basically make sure we don't run anything. Make sure we straight.
And your testimony is that you said this to him before you guys went to the house? Your testimony is that you told Mr. Drake just to come along, is that correct?
Yes, just to make sure, like, so just make sure we was straight, just make sure nothing happened, make sure nobody went to here. I don't know how many people come in, okay? I didn't think one might go, but I'm thinking his grandson came too, so I'm basically saying, just make sure we had it as a, to he try something, just make sure we should. They don't know you here, so if you gonna be straight, basically, I just know we got that, so if you have, like, these straps, right, and this is really.
Okay, when you were on your way to the house, who was the first person that got out of the car? Okay, and where was the car parked when you guys got out of the car? Okay. Were you present when Mr. Drake and Mr. Barksdale got out of the car? Where did they get out of the car? On the side of the house. Okay, so was that before you got to the front of the house? What was the purpose for them getting out on the side of the house?
Purpose for JB getting outside, because I wanted him, but we wanted him to help with around, like, wanted him to help. I wanted him to try to convince, well, I didn't want to convince, I really, Stacy wanted to convince, like, try to convince Deontay to help with one. I'm saying he was kind of this, y'all kind of this at his house, so we really just, he really kind of, I'm not saying we manipulate him, but he don't really, I'm saying, basically trying to ask JB just to, JB role when he got in the car was to run like Deontay role was one of his roles would be with the help. But he thought he was making sure he was getting.
Okay, Judge, could we take a break for a second so I can address something on the record?
Okay. Let's have a defendant step, witness step back. Okay.
Your Honor, I just, I have concerns for this witness based on the version that he is giving today compared to the version that he gave when he sat down. Proper session, himself as a charge, was trying to minimize the role the way that he did. So that being said, I don't, because I have concerns with the truthfulness of his testimony at this point. I have concerns.
Step to the podium so I can hear you.
Sorry. Because I have concerns about.
You can ask that.
because I have concerns about the truthfulness of his testimony at this point, I don't want to continue to elicit testimony from him, without him having an opportunity to confer with his counsel.
Who is his counsel?
It's, Brent Jaffe. And, I had a discussion with him beforehand, I think a couple of weeks ago, that, he was assured that he was prepared to honor his obligations under the agreement, but, I, obviously have concerns at this point.
Does not his testimony sound pretty consistent with the prior witness? Sounds like both witnesses are saying that the defendant withdrew from the conspiracy to rob.
No, and I understand that, but as from what Derek Gillen is saying now is essentially that on their way over, he never joined the conspiracy to begin with, and his role within this was just to sneak in the back of the house and lie in wait for the purpose of protecting everybody.
His role of the defendant.
The defendants. That's the I guess the issue that I'm having. I understand the issue about him supposedly withdrawing before the shooting happened, and I can address.
Ask why you didn't impeach him with this prior testimony?
He didn't testify previously, Your Honor. He provided a video recorded statement.
It wasn't an investigative subpoena?
No, it wasn't.
It's still a prior inconsistent statement.
No, I understand that, Your Honor, but I guess my concern is that the track that he's going on, I just want to ensure that he gets advice and counsel.
I understand, but before we even go there, and we'll try to get in contact with Mr. Jaffe in the interim. But before you even go there, why don't you see if you can get him back on track in front of him with his prior statement that he made. Maybe a light switch will flip him, I don't know. And I don't think it would hurt to remind him the circumstances of his agreement, that he has to provide truthful testimony in order to get the benefit of the agreement.
Okay, very well, Your Honor.
And so let's do that before, but we'll try to alert Mr. Johnson. Do we have a number, Mr. Johnson?
I'll look and see if I have it.
I have a.
Okay.
So 248-797-509.
Okay, we're ready for this. Okay. Mr. Johnson said he can be here in 20 minutes. But before you go there, why don't you see what you do?
Okay.
We're back on the record on people versus Deontay Drake.
I'm holding what's been marked as people's proposed exhibits 5 and 6. Your Honor, to have first witness.
Right?
Mr. Gill, can you would have been marked as people's proposed exhibits 5 and 6? Is proposed exhibit 5 a copy of the this case? And is exhibit 6 a copy of the agreement for special consideration in this case? And you understand that today you are under oath to tell the truth, the truth.
You have to speak into the microphone,
Yes.
sir.
And you also understand that as part of your agreement in which you dismissed the felony murder charge in exchange for a sentence of 3 to 15 years on robbery, that you're obligated to testify truthfully and consistently with the prior statement that you made to myself and Officer Browning in the presence of your attorney last July.
I didn't hear you, sir.
Yes, I agree with that. My present statement, I didn't really break into Deontay's part. But the only thing I really did say about Deontay Drake was that he was supposed to come with us, and at the end, he said he left. Remember, I told you he left because he didn't want to be a part of it.
Right. Well, before we get to that point, now in this prior statement that you made back on July 22nd of 2022, you were asked about the overall circumstances of the plan, right? And at that time, is it fair to say that your statement was that the plan was for both Mr. Barksdale and Mr. Drake to jump out?
That was the plan.
Okay.
Yeah, that was. It's a lot. It's so much to the story that I'm trying to tell you. I just had to if I can sit here and tell the whole story, this happened 3 years ago. First of all, it happened 3 years ago. So I can just like I'm trying to piece together everything happened, but it's not just something that's so simple. But this is like what it's all
Okay. So you testified that it was indeed the plan for Mr. Barksdale and Mr. Drake to jump out.
Yes, that was part of it.
That was part of it. Okay.
Yeah, that was part of it.
At some point, was Mr. Drake brought into that plan?
He was brought into the plan. We wanted him to be a part of the plan. Like when we first talked to him, right? When Stacy first talked to him, asked him, she gonna be a part of the plan. Told him when he talked to him, he used my phone to do it. He said, okay, he said he was gonna do it. We pulled up to his house. Basically, like I just told you, basically he was kind of busy about even coming with us, doing anything at all.
Okay.
So basically, we had to.
But let me get this straight. So based on discussions that were had before you got to his house, did you have an understanding that he was going to be a part of this?
Understanding. Like I wasn't really the person that was really talking to him about the whole plan.
Okay.
I'm really with Stacy, and he's pushing the whole story. He's pushing he's playing the whole thing. I'm just okay. I'm going after you. I'm really following after him. Okay, you said this won't happen. You said you're gonna make him do this. Okay, so okay, I'm right behind. I'm basically okay. Since he said he's gonna do it, so I'm like, okay, let's go to his house. We go to his house. He basically acted like he don't want to do it. So I'm like, we gotta put just come with us. But Stacy like he gonna make sure he do it when he did it. So I'm like, okay, so he said he's gonna do that. I'm with you. That's what he feel. He feel like he gonna do it. I'm like, okay, I'm with you.
Okay, so once Mr. Drake gets in the car with all of you, are there any more discussions about what's about to happen?
We didn't really talk about it. I said that was in the car. We didn't really want to talk about it.
Okay. Once you were in the car, did Mr. Drake ever make any indication that he was not on board with what was about to happen?
Well, we really didn't talk about it. When we got back in the car, only thing that was spoken of was basically, like he said, it really wasn't too much of an actual plan. But you already talked, what spoke over the phone, but basically just come with it. And, well, what my mom, when I'm telling you, just come with us and make sure we're straight. Because I'm talking from campus, I'm telling them, come with us and make sure we straight, and we don't have power. Like that's what I told you in my testimony.
Okay.
Like,
And
I
your
said-
testimony is that at some point during that ride over to the house,
He said they were hopping out of the car.
before he hops out of the car, you hand him your pistol,
Yeah.
right? And then at some point, he gets out of the car.
Who is the he we're talking about?
Mr. Drake.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay, so at some point in the car, you hand Mr. Drake your pistol, right? At some point after you hand him your pistol, he gets out of the car on the side of the house, is that correct? And when he got out of the car on the side of the house, he was with Mr. Barksdale, is that correct? And they got out by the alley in the back of the house, is that correct? And what was the purpose for them getting out of the car at that point?
The purpose of that, the purpose was we wanted to the purpose of that, purpose we wanted him to be a part of to be a part of the robbery. That's what we wanted.
You wanted them to be a part of the robbery by jumping out and pretending to rob all of you, is that correct?
That's what we wanted. That was
Okay.
part of the plan.
After the two of them got out of the house, where did,
Out of the car?
I'm sorry, out of the car, where did you, Stacy, your brother, and aunt go? When you got to the front of the house, did you encounter her? Okay. Was Mike inside a car or outside a car? Okay, did you talk with Mike at that point? Okay, did the five of you, including Mike, your brother, aunt, Stacy, and yourself, go anywhere from there? Okay, which door did you use? Okay, when you went in the house, when you first went in the house, did you see Mr. Drake or Mr. Barksdale?
No, it was in the basement.
Okay, how do you know they were in the basement?
They were in the living room, we were in the living room, first floor, like this, like the back door, look at the back door, the basement.
Okay, but they weren't visible inside the house? Okay. Where did the five of you go once you got inside the house? Okay. And when you went upstairs, what did you do at that point?
Oh.
Can't hear you, sir.
Smoked for a minute. Then we was basically trying to stall out the transaction.
You're trying to do what with the transaction?
Stall the transaction, the transaction. You already gave us one first thing out. So we basically just trying to wait. We're not trying to get in the gun.
What are you waiting for at that point?
Because like I said, Stacy original plan was for, as soon as we get in the house, for JD and take it around. That's what the plan.
Okay.
So I'm thinking that's what's gonna happen.
And so when you're upstairs, does the gun that you were supposedly gonna sell to Michael come out at some point?
Yeah.
Does that gun change hands?
Yeah.
Tell me more about that. What happened with the gun?
Stacy had a gun. He was supposed to have took the analog, gave it to him, gave him back. Yeah. But wait, that's taking the transaction. I went downstairs. Talked to Kate and JD.
Okay, let me stop you there. So you went downstairs. Did you go downstairs alone?
Yes.
And you talked to both Tay and JD?
Yes.
Which room were you in when you talked?
Yes.
The basement? Okay. What did you guys talk about at that?
If y'all still doing. Really, I'm looking at Tay, because I see Tay, like his face, I see his face. I see. Not here. Looking at Tay, JD, shit here. I'm trying to start this transaction. If you hurry up on this.
Okay. And did Mr. Drake say anything to you specifically during this conversation? He didn't say, I'm getting out of here. He didn't say, I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. Did you see whether he still had the gun at that point?
No, you didn't see or no, you didn't have it.
I believe he had it.
But you weren't looking for it, is that?
I was looking.
Okay.
I didn't want to see it.
Okay, and this conversation happens in the basement? Okay, after that conversation happens, what did you do from there?
I was there. I said, y'all got a couple minutes. Maybe you just gonna go on and turn gas and say, get the whole round.
Okay.
I really can't do it personally, so I mean, if y'all don't do it, I didn't say that, but basically, if y'all don't do it, I'm really happy y'all don't do it. I don't do it personally.
Okay, who did you tell that to?
No, I'm saying I didn't actually say that on my mouth. I don't think I actually said that on my mouth. Y'all got a couple more minutes in. After that, you can just, you understand, get the whole robbery situation.
Okay, so did you, I'm trying to understand specifically what you said and who you said it to?
Basically,
JB and Tay, okay. This is in the basement?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you tell JB and Tay? Okay. And did either of them respond to you?
Yeah, he talked to me for a little bit. He said, he didn't say nothing. He basically saying he is waiting on tape it.
Okay.
Basically, he's not really saying anything.
After that conversation, you go back upstairs?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody when you got back upstairs?
I talked to my brother.
Okay, what did you tell your brother then?
Yeah.
Okay, did you tell him the plan was off?
I didn't say I didn't feel the plan was on. I'm just saying basically, I don't know what's going on. I said I think he got 12 minutes. They don't come up here and hurry up and do what they're going to do. I'm going to just say, you can't just hurry up and you can't keep stalling. Mike's ready to go, we already smoked the gun. He wasn't going to tell me. Already there was money for us, so he got out. Like, we can't just keep stalling, keep telling stories and shit. But we got to be able to do it because he worried, why haven't I got the gun?
And so what happened next with that?
They took a little bit too long. My people called him from my side. Somebody called him, we act like somebody called him. Basically, he was ready to go.
Okay.
So, Jamie, not Jamie, Stacy gave Michael Gunn, he gave him the bag and Mike was going downstairs. I was walking behind him to go and shut the door.
Where, were you directly behind Mike?
Not direct. I was like, I'm probably in the booth, and he probably like to the socket.
Okay.
I'm like, that's what
So maybe 10 feet?
Something like that.
Was there anybody between you and Mike?
No.
As you were walking behind Mike, what happened at that point?
Just walk behind, like we walk down the stairs, walk into the kitchen. Little brother in the kitchen, walk to the kitchen. He walked into JB. He got the gun out. He walked into JB. JB it happened so fast. I really didn't see it, but it's what I heard. So I know that's what happened. Basically, walking to JB with the gun. JB shit.
Okay, when you say you walked into JB with the gun, I guess can you describe what you mean by that?
I didn't actually see it.
Oh, you did. Okay.
This is like this is basically what we said.
Okay. But did you see Mike walk downstairs?
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you see JB at that point?
I see it after I heard the gunshot.
Okay. Before you heard the gunshot, as you're walking downstairs, did you see Mr. Drake?
Yeah.
After you heard the gunshot, did you see Mr. Drake? Did you, what happened after the shot happened?
Basically, JB told me he was calling my name. He basically told me. We didn't talk about it. After the shots went on, we actually walked I remember me and JD left, whether, I mean, I don't know what everybody else did, we left, we were learning, we were telling, we actually going on, I'm like, basically told me he was calling my name, trying to get me, when I was going downstairs, we thought right, come downstairs. But it wasn't, it was hype, so he thought he was looking to me, so I was just downstairs. So, as he walked downstairs, he thought I was walking downstairs, talking to him, in front of him, like, again, like, y'all still what y'all doing. Calling my name, he think he walking to Michael again. Okay. They told me,
He told you, hey, left.
well, after we went off, I was talking to him, I didn't know he said, yeah.
Was that after the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. And who told you Tay left at that point?
Was it Jay?
JB, okay. And after the shot happens, where did you all go from there?
I went to the Daisy auntie. If he got two aunties over there, everybody went to one of the aunties. I went to the house where they came from.
Okay, let me ask you this, when the shot happened, what was everybody's reaction to, from what you can see?
Me, the people actually, Stacy, my brother, somehow they stayed too longer than they were supposed to.
Okay.
They ran against me, they came back. I really don't know exactly, I just know, I know I was one of the first, me and Jamie were the first people that was
Did you guys, do you remember if you walked out or did you run out?
I don't know if I ran or walked. I probably walked out there, probably ran. I for sure, I think I ran for sure.
Okay, and did you see what happened to Ant?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. And then it sounds like your testimony is that you guys kind of split up at that point. You left. Did you see Mr. Frank again that night?
No.
Did you have any communications with him?
I texted him like, leave my gun back. I didn't tell him that. I didn't see him.
Okay. Did you ever get your gun back from him? Okay, did you ever see him again?
I seen him a while ago.
I'm sorry, I see.
A while ago. I'm like, we were going.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examine?
You know, actually, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't think I actually. Those exhibits 5 and 6 yet, the plea agreement is under special consideration.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor.
My apologies, John. I'm just trying to make sure I find where it's on my notes here. Mr. Gibble, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So now, we've heard your testimony today, and I'm a little confused. When was Ant in the car?
Ant was in the car before we picked up Deontay.
Okay. Was he in the car before or after you met up with JB?
He was in the car. We picked up JB first. JB lives farther than anybody.
Okay. So you picked up JB, then you picked up Ant? Is that correct? And then you picked up Mr. Drake?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you handed Mr. Drake a gun in the car, is that correct?
Yes.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a 9 MP4 or something. MP or something.
Okay. Now, that was your gun, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And where did you get the gun from?
On the street.
Okay, so you didn't legally purchase the firearm? Okay. Did you see what Mr. Drake did with the gun after you gave it to him?
Yeah, I really, I just passed it to him. I wasn't really. Yes, he did. He did. That's He's no shit.
But, but you don't know what he did with it, correct? Did he put it in a pocket, place it in his waistband? You didn't see what he did with the gun, right?
He was driving, he probably sat on his lap.
Okay.
But I really was, like, I had to him.
Okay, you didn't see what he did with it.
I was looking to see.
Fair. Okay, now, you also indicated that when he pulled up to his house, that he didn't want to come out. Is that correct?
Yeah, he.
Okay, he took a considerable amount of time to get out?
Yeah.
All right. Now, we keep using all these terms that there was this plan and it was Mr. Turner's plan. But were you involved in the phone call between Mr. Turner and Mr. Drake?
I wasn't actually talking with him. Stacy got my phone. I'm on my real late, but we wanted the same house. I'm talking to Stacy. I talked to Stacy about it. And I said, okay, that sounds good. Make sure.
Did you personally talk to Mr. Drake about the plan?
Not personally.
Okay.
Only when we got in the house.
Okay. So when you were in the car after picking up Mr. Drake, were you discussing the plan then?
No, we didn't talk about it in the car. We were just in the car.
Okay. And you did say you didn't want to talk about it because Aunt was in the car when you picked him up?
And like I said, the plan itself was stupid. It was Stacy's plan. From the get-go, I'm not about to, I'm just going along with Stacy at this point. It's his whole plan. So for anything Stacy's talking to him, he had to figure out the plans. I'm just going along with Stacy. I don't even want to, I'm going along with Stacy. Said I would help him out.
Okay. So whose idea was it to give Mr. Drake a gun?
That was, I mean, he needed a gun, he didn't have a gun. So it was my idea.
Okay. Now, you went down the basement to talk to JB and to Mr. Drake, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, did JB have a gun?
I believe so, he should have been.
Okay. Did you see him with a gun?
I'm pretty sure he had it. I don't remember if he exactly just had it. I was 10. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember, to be honest.
No, okay.
I know he had it. So,
No, please just tell us what you remember.
Yeah.
So, okay. If you don't remember, that's an honest answer, sir. I'm not upset by that. Just answer honestly, okay? Now, when you went down the basement, did Mr. Drake say anything?
he was just basically looking shocked. They don't want to really looking scared, basically. They don't really want to say anything.
Okay. Now, if I can take you back, you testified that when you went in the house, that Mr. Rickman gave Stacy the money?
Yes, he gave money, like, we hit the back to, like, he gave money free, actually, into the house.
Okay, so he gave Stacy the money before you guys walked inside?
He gave, we in the back of the house, I put into the back.
Okay, but you hadn't walked through a doorway yet, you were outside?
Yeah, he was still going to the threshold out to us, actually, going inside.
Okay.
He was basically, telling us, like, trust us, gave us the money.
Okay, now, according to your testimony, you entered the house, you stepped into the kitchen is where the doorway is, correct?
Yes.
And you walked into the living room?
Listen, the kitchen, basically, the kitchen.
Okay. But you were only there for a minute or two and then you went upstairs to smoke a blunt, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you went down the basement to talk to JB and Tay, were they still smoking the blunt or had you guys finished smoking? When you went down the basement to go talk to Mr. Drake and JB, were they still smoking the blunt or had you finished smoking? Had you smoked the blunt? Was it done?
Was still smoking the blunt. I'm not sure, but they probably did. I'm not really, probably those two.
Okay. Were you Smoking as well?
Yeah,
Okay. And we keep saying smoking a blunt, and this, it was just marijuana, correct?
yeah, it's just one.
Okay. Um. Now, at this time, you indicated that it was your house and your father's house. Were you, your brother, and your father still living there at the time?
We live with, my house just got shut up, like, probably like a couple weeks before that, so. My dad was still staying with my mom, but she barely do, even being home, but really, I wasn't really there every day like I used to, but I was coming over there every year, and I wasn't there as much as I used to.
Okay, so was it safe to say after the house got shut up, you moved in with your sister for a bit?
Yeah.
Okay. But you still, that was still your mailing address and you still went there frequently?
Yeah.
Okay. If you know, did your brother treat it the same way?
Yeah.
Did you and your brother go stay with your sister after it got shot up?
Yeah.
Okay. But you were still getting mail or whatever at the Edmore address?
Yeah.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. Sir, did you see anyone force the defendant to participate in this? When I say the defendant, I'm talking about Ted.
I don't know exactly how to get forced, but I didn't see, or I didn't really see him actually like trying to force him to do it. It was more like I don't exactly know. I don't really get the question of like forcing.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
I don't really get like the question too. I don't really understand the question.
Well, did you see anyone make the defendant participate? Or threaten him or force him to participate?
It's not as he was threatened to.
I'm sorry?
He was kind of, I don't really know exactly how you explain this. You gotta know Stacy to know anything. He didn't threaten to do anything, but he just kind of a manipulator. He didn't actually, this is how he did it, how he.
Who you mask up?
He didn't
Who you
actually
mask up?
force him to do anything. He kind of manipulated. He didn't know exactly what he was running to. He could, Stacy, what he can make anybody do what he said, especially his friends. So, yes, he thought he was stuff. I thought
Any questions based on my question?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No
Thank
further
you, sir. You
questions,
may
sir.
start. Mr. Jaffe, thank you very much. I think the issue sort of rectified itself with your way here, Mr. Felcher about. Sure. That's okay. The attorney comes back.
Yes. What's up, man? How you get home?
You wouldn't.
You all right?
No, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, I would move for the defendant to be found over as charged. In terms of my argument, if the court would allow, I think, to publish some of the video that was admitted as people specific to the last.
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
Let me make you a code. Make you a code. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm going to publish a portion of People's Exhibit 2, starting at the timestamp of.
We just have my client move to a spot where he can also see the video.
Can you see it sitting next to you?
Well, if he could sit next to my briefcase, I think he might be able to see it, or he can absolutely sit in my chair. I don't mind that. Or sit right there, just, he should be able to see
That's
it.
fine, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, and I'm going to start the video at the timestamp of 2100 hours, 18 minutes, and 10 seconds. Now, the last time we were here, Stacy Turner identified himself as this individual who's on the screen now waving to people in the back of the house. And one person just came in. And now there's a second. 15 seconds. Meanwhile, the rest of the group is in front of the house. And after about a minute or so, there's going to be a stream of them going through the back door. Now, based on the testimony of the 3 witnesses that the court heard from, the 2 people that were waved in the back are consistent with being Mr. Drake and Mr. Barksdale, the 2 people whose role was to essentially lie in wait and then fake around the rest of the group. The rest of the group going in is consistent with being the 2 Gillen brothers, Stacy Turner, Anthony Mack, and the victim, Michael Rickman. Now, I'm going to move forward about 2 minutes into the video here. To 2 minutes and, 2,100 hours, 22 minutes and 53 seconds. And you can see there's a little bit of movement in the window. And then there's going to be a steady stream of people coming out of the house. This first person walks out at 2,100 hours, 23 minutes, and 11 seconds. Based on the testimony, I believe that person is consistent with being the defendant, the first person out of the house. But why I believe that this is not a case of abandonment is that the rest of them follow a mere matter of seconds later.
How many seconds?
It's about 10 seconds, Your Honor. So then you got one.
Seems a lot longer than 10 seconds.
Well, the first one was 10 seconds here. And then there's kind of a steady stream of people. So I'm going to stop at 2,100 hours, 23 minutes and 55 seconds, or 59 seconds. So again, I guess I can just go back to that initial point. So the first person comes out at the 10-second mark. That was 9:23 p.m. The door opens, you see the shadow, the second person's out there. Roughly the 22-second mark. Two more at the roughly 40-second mark, another one at roughly 43 seconds. And then the final one at 52 seconds. And then as the video continues, I guess it suffices to say that at some point the final person that came out goes back in to the house. And then you can see the victim emerge, holding his head and walking to the front where presumably the people he was with are still parked. So, Your Honor, my position is that although there is this claim that the defendant essentially abandoned this crime, I think that fails for a couple of key reasons. Number one, I believe the testimony, particularly from Stacy Turner, and to a lesser extent the Dillon brothers, is clear that he was indeed a willing participant and assigned a specific role in connection with this armed robbery. And his role was to go into the back of the house, to lie in wait, and to jump out and essentially pretend to rob the entire group. And the reason that he and Justin Barksdale had that role and were among the people that were just going in the house with the victim is that those two were not familiar with the victim. So they were going to essentially have this cover of robbing the entire group by surprise. And the video is consistent with that by showing Mr. Turner wave two people into the back of the house before the rest of the group goes inside the house. So I think it's clear that at the point that he goes inside of the house, there's an inference to be made that he is on board with this plan. He might have been a reluctant participant, but he still got in the car, he took possession of a gun, he got out of the car and dropped off by an alley and snuck in the back of the house. So I think that based on all those factors, there's an inference that he is a willing participant in this plan. Now, as for the defense of abandonment later, I think the most clear evidence of that came from Darrell Gillum, who didn't actually interact with the defendant directly. Mr. Darrell Gillum simply reported what he supposedly heard from his brother. And when we heard from his brother directly, Garrett Gillum, the final witness that we just heard from, his testimony was that when he went downstairs to the basement, once everybody was in the house and had this direct interaction with the defendant, that there was no sort of affirmative indication from the defendant that he was withdrawing from this plan. He didn't say, I'm out, I'm not doing this. And then we do have the video, though, that shows that it seems that he walks out of the house about, I think there's an inference to be made about less than 10 seconds before the shots ring out. I'm assuming from the video that once the shots ring out, that's what triggers the rest of those 6 people, or 5 people rather, to run out of the house. And we see them running out in sequence after that first person walks out of the house. Now, the case law, as I understand it, on this abandonment issue, indicates, among other things, that, and I'm going to quote from a case called People versus Kimball, that's spelled Kimball. The citation is 109 Bish App 273. It's a published Court of Appeals case that my understanding still remains good law. And the court said, quote, the authorities do recognize the limitation on the defense of abandonment. If a defendant has taken the last proximate step toward the completion of the attempted offense and is powerless to prevent its commission, yet fails to actually commit the ultimate offense for other reasons, it may be too late to abandon the criminal purpose and avoid liability for the attempt. And I think the classic case of that is somebody can't pull the trigger and fire a shot at somebody, and then in the time between the trigger being pulled and the bullet striking that person, can't say, you know what, I had a change of heart. It's too late at that point. It's too little too late. Obviously, we're not quite at that extreme here, but this is a situation where we have the defendant as a willing participant in a scheme to lure somebody to this house for this sort of illusory gun sale. He's lying in wait in the house, and then by all appearances, a matter of seconds before that individual is shot in the head, that's when he happens to leave, leaving the other person that's lying in wait as the trigger man. So I think in these circumstances, the defendant's actions to abandon the crime, if any, were too little too late. And that at any rate, this is, as an affirmative defense, this would be really something that would be an issue for the trier of fact. So I believe that based on the testimony of the three witnesses that the court has heard from, there's probable cause to believe that the defendant was a willing participant in this scheme to rob Michael Rickman, that during the course of that scheme to rob Michael Rickman was shot to death, and as a result, there's probable cause to believe the defendant committed the offenses of felony murder, armed robbery, and two corresponding felony firearm counts.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we've taken testimony over 2 different dates. And first we heard from Mr. Turner, who is, if we believe the Gillums that the people offered up as witnesses, was the mastermind behind this whole thing. But even when we heard from Mr. Turner, his recount of what this plan was and what they were even there to do was different than Mr. Terrell Gillums. It was different from Mr. Derek Gillums. The court remembers back, Mr. Turner didn't remember anything about anybody getting any money for that gun. Not while he was upstairs, not while he was outside, not while he was behind the house. He didn't even mention anybody about being in the living room. In fact, he said his plan was me, B, and Tay were going to be hiding in the living room. Today we hear from Derek Gillum saying, well, we went in the living room and talked for a minute before we went upstairs and smoked weed. We heard from Terrell Gillum. His version of what happened, again, changes from Mr. Turner and changes from Derek Gillums. These are the people's cooperating witnesses. Did they buy the weed and pay for the gun outside in front of the house? Or did it happen behind the house? Or do we believe Mr. Turner that nobody ever got money for this gun? It just magically changed hands. Now, both Mr. Gillums testified that Michael Rickman paid for the gun before he went in, or before they even went upstairs. So do we believe that he paid for it in front of the house or behind the house as we're walking in the door? I don't know. Again, this is just a preliminary examination. What has been clear both from Mr. Turner and both Mr. Gillums, and the court, this time we didn't get the advantage of hearing the audio along with the video, but at the first hearing we did. We hear a gunshot. And when I was counting at that hearing, and even when Mr. Elsey played it again, I got 15 Mississippis before watching him out, before we see the next guy running out. The court at trial will see exactly how much time it was, but just like every other case where we talk about mens rea and intent, is 10 seconds before a crime enough time to stop and abandon that purpose? The court's held that 2 seconds is enough. This is 10 seconds. And the court just watched that video. My client didn't run out because he was afraid of being caught. You saw him stroll out the back door. He didn't want to be a part of it. When Derek came down to confront him, Derek goes back upstairs, according to the people's witnesses and their timelines. You see my client just walk out the door. Again, nobody saw my client with the gun. We did hear Mr. Turner say, well, somebody gave him a gun. And we heard Derek Gillums today say, I gave him a gun. Didn't see what he did with it. No gun was ever recovered. Somebody hands you a gun and you're in a car full of other individuals who are planning on robbing somebody. I probably wouldn't take that time myself to say, I'm trying this door and jump out in traffic. But nobody saw him actually take the gun and place it anywhere. He could have left it on the back seat of the car. If he didn't, he could have left it in the basement of the house. Again, the people, today we now know it might be some kind of 9mm handgun. I still don't know what the gun was. From Derek Gillum, who gave it to him, didn't know what it was. Matter of fact, he said it was an M&P 40, but it was a 9mm. Well, the Detroit police used to carry the M&P 40 as their issued sidearm, and they switched the M&P 9mm as the issued sidearm for the Detroit Police Department. 2 very different guns, 2 different calibers. Again, I'm going to back up so I stop bumping the microphone. Again, the people do have a burden to establish by preponderance of the evidence a crime was committed and there's reason to charge my client with said crime. We've heard different testimony from 3 different witnesses, but even Mr. Turner, when he testified in the beginning, said, well, yeah, he wussed out and he walked out before it ever happened.
But Mr. Turner's testimony wasn't they were supposed to rob them the second they walked in, but both Mr. Gillum said that was planned. Second we walk in the door, JB and Tay come out and rob us. That didn't happen. They go upstairs, they smoke dope. Derek comes down to see what's going on. Again, confronting my client and giving him an opportunity to abandon this criminal enterprise, he sauntered out the back door. He wasn't running like everybody else on that video. You see my client clearly walking at not a fast pace. Also, when we saw the first part of the video, we saw JB run towards the back door. That's what Mr. Turner testified at his hearing a few weeks ago. We then see somebody reluctantly sort of stroll towards the back door as Mr. Turner's waving him in emphatically. Again, we can characterize this as Mr. Drake being a willing participant in this, but even watching the video, he was reluctant to go in that house at the first chance when nobody was looking and possibly didn't fear JB anymore. He walks out. Walked away. Abandoned this entire thing. And even the testimony from the people's witnesses today substantiate the fact. And even when Mr. Turner testified, he even said he walked away. He wasn't there when this robbery is supposed to take place. So I do believe that there may have been some discussion, and my client may not have even known what this plan or what this plot was, because both Daryl and Derek Gillum testified when Ant was in the car, we didn't talk about the plan because we didn't want to involve Ant. And Ant was in the car when they picked up my client. And when we heard from Mr. Turner, he didn't talk about a phone call explaining the plan to my client. He said we explained it to him in the car. Both Mr. Gillums just contradicted Mr. Turner's testimony. I don't know with all this testimony and who testified at what cross trial. I only have the discovery from Mr. Drake. But it's clear my client abandoned this thing before anybody even pulled a gun on Mr. Rickman. My client wasn't even in the backyard. Because all the testimony is, Michael Rickman walks down the stairs and points a gun and puts it to Mr. JB's head. I forgot, Justin, I forget his last name at the moment. Barksdale, thank you. Puts a gun to his head, and that's when Barksdale shot him. That's been consistent throughout all of the other preliminary examinations, throughout the testimony that's been offered, and throughout one of the trials. My client wasn't even in the house when any of this happened. He clearly abandoned it, and I don't know how he had the mens rea to partake in this plan when the plan's never discussed with my client in the car, other than get out in the alley and follow him in the back of the house. I don't believe the people have met their burden for the robbery, definitely not for the murder or armed robbery, which apparently JB and possibly Mr. Turner had planned. So I don't believe the people have met their burden for binding this over on the murder charge, nor the felony firearm charges. Again, they haven't established that my client was present with a gun at any point. They're not charging him for Derek Gillum handing him a gun in the car. He's being charged with the gun being present when Mr. Rickman shot. We just saw the video. He wasn't there. He left. So I don't believe the people have met the burden, Your Honor. Thank you.
So perhaps it's none of my business, but it would appear to the court that this defendant is probably less culpable than the two witnesses who testified today. Again, that's probably none of my business. But so far as I see this case, people, I'm not sure why one of the underlying charges isn't conspiracy to rob, but that's exactly what we have here. Is a conspiracy in that there was an agreement to rob Michael. There was certainly intent to do so, and an overt act in that one of the witnesses who testified was one of the defendants / witnesses who testified said that they gave the defendant the gun. Another one said, my brother gave the defendant the gun, and his role in this robbery was to jump out with the JB and to rob Michael. For whatever reason, it appears that the defendant got cold feet. Now, if it was just that simple, then this case would be dismissed and not send the defendant on his way. But there's 3 prongs that must be met in order to withdraw from the conspiracy. One is to take an affirmative action withdrawing from the conspiracy. I don't know if you can take any more affirmative action to withdraw than to leave. So that he meets. The other though is that he has to timely communicate to all co-conspirators the withdrawal. And that's what the big problem is. And he has to withdraw prior to the completion of the objective of conspiracy. That may have been done, given that I counted, there was 10 to 13 seconds when the defendant left the residence before the next person came out, and then another 15 seconds before the person who came out after him. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that he did withdraw prior to the completion of the objective of conspiracy before Michael was shot. But the problem he has is that you don't just leave or withdraw from the conspiracy. You have to timely communicate to all co-conspirators the withdrawal as well. And clearly that was not done. The last witness to testify, which was, I believe it was Derek Gillum. Derek Gillum said that the defendant didn't communicate anything to him, but that he just looked scared, or that he wasn't with him. I don't buy your argument that the defendant didn't know what was going on. Somebody hands you a gun and ushers you into the house with this other guy, and you're not asking any questions. That doesn't make any sense to me. He knew exactly what was going on, or what was supposed to happen. Ultimately, he didn't follow through with it, but that doesn't end the story there. That's not how the withdrawal of conspiracy works. It must be communicated to all the other co-conspirators as well. And I'm not satisfied that was done in this instance. So I presume that the people's theory is aiding and abetting, that the defendant aided and abetted the others in the commission of what was supposed to be a robbery that ended up being a murder, which gives us the basis of the felony murder. As we know about the law, any amount of aid or assistance one gives another in the commission of the crime, that person is just as guilty as if they themselves committed the crime. Even though this defendant left before the rest of the co-conspirators, so to speak, didn't fulfill all of the requirements for the withdrawal of the conspiracy. As such, the court, I have a question about, oh, okay. So he has a felony firearm for the homicide as well as the armed robbery, is that right?
That's correct.
No. So as such, the court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Federal Circuit Court and Criminal Division Start Proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be March 1st, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. And for the remand, it's the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. This matter was referred to pretrial services. They recommended no action on this one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Right this way, sir. Please.
Don't let him move it. Sorry. You got some. We got some. Don't push it. They were stuck. Did you?
Wait.
Your Honor, can I have that address down? I'll be right back.
Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate you, sir.